Chapter 804. Zi Chen's threat made the two men's faces turn ugly, but they were not willing to leave just like that. Outsider, we are from the Earth race and the Fire race, and there are two outsiders in our tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave the fruit behind. Otherwise, you should be able to guess the consequences. Their words surprised Zichen. It seemed like there were 4 more outsiders in this world. One of them was Mo Chen, and the other 2 were from the Earth race and Fire race. As for the last one, he was nowhere to be found. Zichen's cold eyes fell on the 2 men. He said coldly, "I hate it when people threaten me, but I also hate killing people. I'll give you one more chance. Leave or die." The 2 men's faces turned even uglier, and their expressions kept changing. Looking at the 2 men's faces, Zichen sighed. It seems that before I can use force, all kindness will be seen as weakness. After he finished speaking, Zichen jumped off Manhu's back and rushed towards the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 men's faces changed. They were hesitant before, but because of Zichen's attack, they made up their minds. Their faces were full of unwillingness. After they shouted, they used all their strength and threw a level 7 barbarian spell at Zichen. Zichen also clenched his fists. With his level 5 strength and the elemental energy in his body, he punched out from both sides. Compared to the barbarian's fists, Zichen's fists were smaller by half. But when they collided with the 2 huge fists, 2 loud bangs were heard. The 2 level 7 warriors were sent flying by Zichen. Their faces were twisted in pain, and the fists and arms that they used to fight with Zichen were all shattered. "Let's go, let's go." The 2 men landed on the ground, and their faces were full of fear. One of them shouted while enduring the pain. They had lost the will to fight back. After giving the warning, the coldness on Zichen's face did not lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. After displaying your strength, you'd be an idiot to continue being merciful. Moreover, I've also taken a fancy to the fruits of strength on your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden essence force enveloped the 2 of them. The 2 grade 7 warriors let out blood-curdling screams. By the time the golden essence force was retracted, the 2 grade 7 warriors had already lost their lives. Zichen found 4 fruits of strength from the 2 of them. Adding the 15 he had a total of 19. Based on the calculation of each level, even if Zichen's physical strength was not even at level 1, he would still be able to break through to level 19. Zichen didn't dare imagine a powerful body at level 19 because it was purely a dream. The strength fruit could only break through to level 6. Even if the perfect body wasn't restricted by this, Zichen's strength wouldn't increase much. After leaving this place, Zichen found a relatively remote place where he planned to refine the fruit of might. During this time, Heya and the other 2 followed Zichen. "Leader Zichen, are we going to stay here?" Heya asked, puzzled. Zichen nodded. "That's right. Let's increase our strength first." While speaking, Zichen took out a fruit of might and said, "I'll give you one. Refine it and break through." This, seeing the fruit of might in Zichen's hand, Heya couldn't suppress his excitement. "I came here all because of your information. You deserve it." Zichen placed the fruit of might in Heya's hand. Hey, you actually wanted to decline or be polite, but this was a fruit of might, an extremely heaven-defying item. He couldn't be polite. "All right, refine it." Zichen ignored Heya and looked at Manhu. At that moment, Manhu was refining the fruit of might. Barbarian God had told him that the fruit of might was extremely useful for increasing one's strength. Zichen didn't need to think to know that the fruit of might wasn't as simple as increasing one's strength. This kind of heaven-defying item must have other uses. Since Barbarian God had given one to Manhu, there must be a reason. Therefore, Zichen had Manhu refine the fruit of might. Hey, you stopped beside a pile of rocks a dozen meters away. With the fruit of might in his hand, he couldn't wait to refine it. The other 2 rank 4 warriors stood guard for Heya. Hey, you swallowed the fruit of might and began to refine it. Hey, you didn't have Yuanli, so the so-called refining was digesting the fruit of might and fusing it into his body. Zi Chen sat cross-legged and prepared to refine the fruit of might. After calming down, a fruit of might appeared in his hand. The small fruit of might was only the size of a walnut. Zi Chen could swallow it in one gulp. When the fruit of might was formed, it was formed from the condensation of strength. Therefore, it didn't have the sweetness of a fruit. It didn't have any taste before entering the stomach, but once it entered the stomach, the fruit of might turned into pure strength. This pure strength gathered in Zi Chen's body under the circulation of the perfect body. This strength flowed through his meridians and fused into his bones, flesh, meridians, and every single cell of his strength. This was a wonderful feeling that could only be felt and not described in words. If words had to be used to express it, it was like a dry desert suddenly ushering in a wind and rain, or a thirsty traveler suddenly discovering the best nectar. The fruit of might was indeed a heaven-defying item. It could only increase Zi Chen's strength, but it didn't have any effect on Zi Chen's Yuanli. The fruit of might contained an unimaginable strength. It was said to be able to forcibly increase a barbarian's strength by one level. After this enormous strength fused into Zi Chen's body, it fused with Zi Chen's strength. It was as if the conditions were right. If one's realm was likened to a bucket, then one's strength would be the water that filled the bucket. In the past, Zi Chen had strived to make the bucket bigger so that it could hold more water. This was an increase in realm. The appearance of the fruit of might made the quality of the water in the bucket higher and denser. This was a transformation of strength's essence. This was like a bucket originally filled with stones, but there were many cracks in it. This situation meant that although ordinary barbarians had a realm, they didn't have an extremely fine strength. Although they had such a realm of strength, their battle strength wasn't very strong and couldn't last for long. This weakness might not be seen when facing weak enemies, but if they were fighting against existences that were filled with fine sand, they would naturally be weaker. After the fine sand was filled, more water could be poured in until it was completely saturated. At this moment, Zi Chen was in such a situation. However, unlike others, because the perfect body technique he cultivated was relatively powerful, the strength he cultivated didn't contain stones or fine sand. Instead, it was pure water. This water filled up the realm bucket, making his battle prowess stronger and longer. But now, after refining the fruit of might, the water that was already full was compressed under the effect of the fruit of might. This made the density of the water even greater, and Zi Chen's power was naturally purer and stronger. Once the water was compressed to an extreme, it would become the purest thing. It could be called a solid state. Zi Chen's strength was like this. After being compressed to an extreme, it increased in quality. The principle of the ultimate energy contained in the heavenly warrior abdomen was not much different from this. They were all striving to increase in quality. After refining one fruit of might, this massive amount of energy had yet to fill Zi Chen's realm bucket. So Zi Chen didn't have the time to compress and refine it. Right on the heels of that, the second fruit of might entered his stomach. It contained the same level of power as the first one. Zi Chen began to refine the power again and let his body absorb it. After refining 3 fruits of might, Zi Chen felt that he had reached the limit of level 5 strength. If he was willing, Zi Chen could use this power to break through to the level 6 warrior realm. Of course, if he swallowed another fruit of might, it would be even easier for Zi Chen to break through. If not for the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zi Chen would naturally break through. However, after hearing the voice transmission, Zi Chen stopped breaking through. He continued to compress and refine the power. During this period, Zi Chen didn't only refine his strength, but also his body. If he wanted to store more dense items in the realm bucket, the quality of the bucket had to be excellent. Therefore, Zi Chen was refining and tempering his body at the same time. When the fourth fruit of might entered his stomach, it transformed into pure energy and was used by Zichen to temper his body. In the past, Zichen had used the ancient beast blood essence to do the same thing, but the effect was extremely slow. The fruit of might was almost specially prepared for the perfect body, so it was more convenient for Zichen to refine it. At this moment, Zichen's body was like a thirsty traveler, and the fruit of might was like nectar that constantly nourished Zichen's body. During the refining process, Zichen discovered that the perfect body that he had tempered countless times actually still had impurities. Some turbid energy was expelled through his pores, and Zichen's physique became even purer. During the tempering process, Zichen seriously suspected that once he broke through to level 6 and displayed the perfect body that had been compressed to the extreme, his combat strength would surpass that of using ultimate origin energy. The fruit of might was a rare body tempering treasure. When Zichen's body absorbed this power, more impurities were expelled. If Zichen's perfect body in the past was a tenacious foundation built with various resources, then after absorbing the pure energy contained in the fruit of might, Zichen's perfect body was a true perfect body. In time, when Zichen could mobilize the power in his body and condense solid energy, it would be an extremely magical and heaven-defying fruit of might. At this moment, Zichen suddenly understood the source of the fruit of might. It was actually a power source condensed in the body of an expert whose perfect body had reached the limit. As for the barbarian god from before, his perfect body had clearly grown to the peak, and the power condensed from his body was the fruit of might. Chapter 805. Zichen's power had not broken through yet, but as he refined the fruit of strength, he released a strong pressure. This pressure was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, making people feel suffocated. Previously, the two level 4 warriors were guarding Heya, but the pressure from Zichen, who was more than 10 meters away, was too terrifying. Their faces turned pale, and they ran far away after a short while. It's too scary. It's like a ferocious beast is right in front of me. The two ran away and stopped when they were a few hundred feet away from the pressure. Not long after, Black Cliff opened his eyes. He was also awakened by the terrifying aura. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one around, Black Cliff's expression changed. He could feel the oppressive aura right next to him. His expression changed drastically. When he realized that the pressure was coming from Zichen, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. He could feel that Zichen's power level had not increased, but the pressure from Zichen's body indicated that he had become even scarier. After getting up, Heya could not stand it for a few minutes. The suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. He walked a few hundred feet away, looked at the two level 4 warriors, and then sat down to refine the fruit of strength again. After refining one fruit of strength, Heya's power level increased from level 5 to level 6. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no one around him. The two guards had retreated a few hundred feet because the pressure from Zichen's body had become even scarier. The two level 4 warriors could not withstand it. In the world of the barbarians, Zichen was only a level 3 warrior. His level was lower than the people present. Of course, combat power was not included. Zichen's strength level had already reached level 5. Level 5 strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the primal core realm, which was higher than the elemental force level. Furthermore, after refining so many fruits of strength, Zichen's perfect body had transformed into true perfection. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique among humans, released the terrifying pressure that it should have. The moment his body transformed into the perfect body, it was equivalent to Zichen possessing the powerful battle prowess of a mid-stage primal core cultivator. This physical combat strength had already exceeded the realm of elemental energy. In other words, Zichen's strongest attack was no longer the moment he used elemental energy to cast techniques, but when he used his perfect body to cast berserker arts. Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. However, this transformation was also accompanied by a huge consumption. During the time he had been refining and tempering his body, Zichen had already consumed half of the 18 fruits of power. 9 fruits, 9 miraculous and heaven-defying fruits of power, allowed Zichen's body to transform to a perfect state. During this period of time, Man, who had also finished refining and was now with Heiya and the other two. Looking at Zichen refining the fruit of strength in the distance, the trio's faces were filled with shock and confusion. What's going on? What's going on? He has refined 5 fruits of strength, but his body doesn't show any signs of breaking through. Heiya let out a low cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, a level 4 warrior corrected him. Leader, it's not 5. It's 9. When you were refining, Leader Zichen had already refined 4. 9. You looked at the 2 level 4 warriors. The 2 of them nodded. It said that 1 fruit of strength can increase a person by 1 level. However, Leader Zichen hasn't broken through after refining 9. This is too unbelievable. You couldn't understand Zichen's situation. As the number of fruits of strength Zichen refined increased, his aura became more and more terrifying. This aura made Heiya and the others feel uncomfortable, frightened, and in awe. This aura was somewhat similar to the barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain Range. However, it was slightly weaker than the barbarian god's aura. Sometimes when they slept at night, they would be awakened by this aura. It was as if a peerless monster was right next to them. These days of not being able to eat or sleep, lasted for several days. Just when the trio felt that their minds were about to collapse, Zichen finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Zichen's aura slowly dissipated. Withdrawing his aura, the trio and Man who walked over. Man who hadn't broken through, but his battle strength had increased. Not only did the fruit of strength increase his battle strength, but it also increased his potential. This would allow him to reach greater heights in the future. Heiya, on the other hand, had broken through and become a level 6 warrior. This was the realm he had always dreamed of. However, after seeing Zichen easily kill a level 7 warrior and sensing the barbarian god's aura coming from Zichen, Heiya wasn't as excited as he should have been after breaking through. When he arrived beside Zichen, he was extremely cautious. I still need to cultivate here for a period of time. You don't have to stay here with me. If there's anything you need to do, you can leave. Over the past few days, the trio's every move was under Zichen's spiritual senses. When the 11 fruits of strength allowed his perfect body to reach its peak, Zichen temporarily gave up on refining them. The trio didn't want to stay here either. When they heard Zichen's words, they quickly nodded. If there's anything, come and find me here. I reckon it will take some time before I can leave, Zichen added. Heiya nodded and said, Then we won't disturb Chief Zichen any longer. We'll take our leave now. The trio left, leaving Manhu behind. The 11 fruits of strength had allowed Zichen's physical strength to reach the peak. His perfect body had reached level 5. Without using his elemental energy, his physical strength was comparable to a heaven realm martial artist of the same level. This was because the energy cultivated by the perfect body wasn't any weaker than ultimate energy. After the trio left, Zichen rested for half a day and gave Manhu a few drops of ancient beast blood essence for him to refine. Now that Zichen's physical strength had reached the perfect body, there wasn't much point in having the ancient beast blood essence. Half a day later, Zichen continued to refine the fruits of strength. However, this time, Zichen wanted to break through to the next level. The pure energy contained in 1 fruit of strength was immense. Even with his perfect body, Zichen instantly broke through the barrier of level 5 and reached level 6. After reaching level 6, Zichen's body's wooden barrel had become larger, and the amount of pure power it could contain had also increased. Then, Zichen swallowed the 13th fruit of strength, followed by the 14th, 15th, and 17th fruit of strength. When Zichen only had 1 fruit of strength left, His physical strength had reached the peak of level 6. However, his physical strength stopped there. In fact, he had already reached the peak of level 6 after consuming the 16th fruit of strength. The 17th fruit of strength didn't increase his strength much and didn't reach level 7. Zichen knew that the fruits of strength were no longer effective. He had to rely on himself for the rest. This bottleneck to level 7 had to be broken by Zichen himself. After refining the 17th fruits of strength, Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. His physical strength was 100 times stronger than before. Just the thought of 100-fold increase in combat strength was terrifying. Just as Zichen opened his eyes and was about to get up, he heard 2 loud sounds coming from under his feet. Then, Zichen saw that his feet had sunk deep into the ground. Zichen wasn't used to the sudden increase in strength, so he subconsciously used too much strength. Zichen bitterly smiled. He had actually forgotten about this. He put some strength into one of his legs and was about to pull his other leg out. However, just as he lifted his leg, he heard another loud sound. Zichen's leg, which had just put some strength into it, was now 3 inches into the ground. This is too ridiculous. Zichen's smile became even more bitter. It seemed that his strength had increased too much, and he couldn't even walk normally. Then he exerted strength 2 more times, and Zichen sunk even deeper into the ground. Zichen was helpless, but he had to get out, right? So he used his hands to try and break free, but who knew that the ground was like tofu? Zichen pressed his hands lightly, and good Lord, both of his hands were sunk into the ground. At this moment, Zichen had no other choice. He needed a long time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. Thus, Zichen called Man-Tiger over. Man-Tiger bit Zichen's collar and pulled him out of the ground. After coming out, Zichen sat on the ground and wanted to thank Man-Tiger by patting his head. However, Man-Tiger was like a startled bird. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. Zichen smiled bitterly. I almost forgot about that. Luckily, you reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Next, it was time for Zichen to familiarize himself with his strength. This process was relatively slow because Zichen's strength had increased by 100-fold. The first thing Zichen had to learn was to walk normally. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him to let Man-Tiger bite his collar all the time or rely on his elemental energy to fly. During this period, Zichen constantly tried to control his strength. On the first day, he was already able to walk unsteadily. However, there were many deep footprints on the ground. On the second day, Zichen tried to pick up things. This was the so-called pick up and put down gently. However, after one day, all the things that Zichen picked up were broken into pieces. Among them, a large rock that Zichen lightly patted also shattered into pieces. Seeing Zichen's unstable state, Man-Tiger moved even further away from him. He was afraid that Zichen would accidentally pat him. If that happened, he would either be injured or die. On the third day, Zichen was able to pick up things without damaging them. However, he only picked them up and didn't dare to throw them. As for his feet, Zichen was able to guarantee that every step he took would use the same amount of strength. As a result, wherever Zichen passed, it was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints of the same depth. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, Zichen was able to control his strength better. Now, when he patted a large rock, it wouldn't shatter. Instead, it would only cause cracks to appear. Just like this, on the 10th day, Zichen was able to control his strength very well. Of course, he still wasn't very adept at it, and there were times when he used too much strength. Chapter 806. Before he got close, Haya shouted. Zichen saw Haya. Haya was practicing his walking, so he walked towards him. As soon as his foot landed, the ground shook. Clear footprints appeared again. It seemed that because of Haya's arrival, Zichen couldn't control his power. He was heading straight for Zichen, but when he saw Zichen walking over, His body was twisting and turning. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. His face was immediately filled with shock, and he stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open, and he could even swallow a large bird's egg. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Zichen finally walked to Haya's side. He wanted to pat Haya's shoulder, but realized that he couldn't reach him, so he gave up. Haya stared at Zichen blankly. After a while, he said, "Leader Zichen, something big has happened. The world of the barbarians is going to be in chaos." "Chaos? What kind of chaos?" Zichen sat on a big rock. This time he controlled his power well and didn't break the rock. "The few large tribes in the deep region are going to join forces to attack the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. During this period of time, there are also outsiders participating. Among them is the tribe that you killed the 2 rank 7 warriors from last time." Black Cliff released a shocking news. Oh, Zichen was obviously surprised by this. The news is true. This time they are serious. However, before they attack the mountains, they want to unify the entire world of the barbarians. Zichen frowned. Unify the world of the barbarians? How do they do it? Do they surrender or do they kill them all? Surrender. Absolute surrender. If they have the slightest intention of rebelling, they will be killed immediately. Haya took a deep breath and said, "According to the news, they will take everything they want along the way." "Where are they now?" Zichen asked. "They are about to reach the territory of the wood race. Once the wood race surrenders, they will have to go to the black race. After the black race, it will be the ravens." Haya said quickly. Zichen looked at Haya and asked, "What do you think?" "Me." Haya was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do? I can only lead the small black clan to submit." It was clear that Haya was still unwilling to accept this. Just simple submission? Haya shook his head and said, "Other than surrendering, we will also pay some resources according to the overall strength of the tribe. If the resources are not enough, we will use women or laborers to replace them." Zichen nodded. Evidently, he had already guessed why Blackcliff was so unwilling. After submitting, he would have to give something to the other party, which meant that he would have to offer offerings every year. Clearly, Heya wanted Zichen to step in. Understanding Heya's intentions, Zichen said, "I can help you with this matter." "Really?" Blackcliff's eyes brightened. He didn't have much hope in coming here. After all, Zichen wasn't from the black race. He was from the raven. Zichen had a duty to protect the ravens, but not the black race. Zichen nodded and said, "Helping the black race and the ravens is no problem." Zichen changed the topic and said, "But have you ever thought about what will happen if I leave? I am an outsider and I have reached the 6th level. I will leave very soon. After I leave, how do you think they will deal with the ravens and the black race?" Heya's expression changed. He hadn't thought of this. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but that he hadn't thought about it. He originally thought that Zichen would stay here for at least 10 years, and with his protection, the Black Clan would develop well. Now that Zichen said that he would leave soon, there was no point in protecting the black race for a short period of time. He would also offend the big tribes. Heya's expression changed. Thinking about the stakes involved, he was soaked in cold sweat. "I will take my people to submit now." Heya made a quick decision. He was afraid that the black race wouldn't be safe if they submitted too late. "Didn't you say that it's still early?" "I am going back to the ravens anyway. Let's go together." After Zichen stood up, Heya noticed that the rock that Zichen was sitting on had cracked. He was stunned. He was trying to guess how strong Zichen was. On the way back, Man, who stayed far away from Zichen, he was afraid that Zichen would make him carry him. Zichen didn't go back immediately. He went to the barbarian god statue. His strength had reached the peak of the 6th level. He could also learn a 6th level barbarian spell. His physical strength was Zichen's strongest weapon. He needed to use it to the fullest. perhaps because of the unification of the large tribes. When Zichen arrived here again, there was no one in the small market near the barbarian god statue. There were only a few empty tall buildings, and the wood tribesmen who had been guarding this place had also disappeared. The last time Heya came back, he had come here to meditate. This time he followed Zichen and walked up the altar again. However, his speed was not as fast as Zichen's. Forget about Zichen, he couldn't even compare to the ravens. When Zichen was learning a 6th level barbarian spell, Heya hadn't even entered the state of enlightenment. Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, Heya smiled and followed Zichen. During this time, Zichen walked to familiarize himself with his strength. Because he needed to familiarize himself with his strength, Zichen didn't walk very fast. It took him a few days to reach the black race's territory. Along the way, Heya invited Zichen to visit the black race. Zichen refused and said that they would talk about it next time. After that, one man and one tiger walked towards the ravens. When they passed by the barbarian god statue, Zichen saw a few familiar faces. They were 6 barbarians. They were all 3rd level warriors. Wu La and Una were among them. The 2 of them seemed to have finished their meditation. They were standing outside the altar. There were no other black race guards around them. The 2 of them were chatting happily and didn't notice Zichen's arrival. Zichen heard their conversation from afar and felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 of them were still talking about sleeping with Una. If there was nothing good, Una wouldn't agree. Helpless, Wu La threatened to fight. If he won, Una would have to agree. Una curled her lips and said that Wu La wasn't a match for her. Wu La was furious. Zichen shook his head and walked towards them. After deliberately making the sound of his footsteps, the 2 of them finally reacted. The 2 of them turned around and saw that it was Zichen and Man Hu. Their faces were filled with surprise. Chief Zichen. The 2 of them quickly ran over, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Zichen raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You actually broke through to become 3rd level warriors." Hearing Zichen's praise, Una revealed a rare bashful smile. Wu La, on the other hand, laughed loudly in joy. This is all thanks to Chief Zichen. If it weren't for the fact that Chief Zichen brought us enough food, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Next, Wu La turned to Zichen and said loudly, "Chief Zichen, let me tell you a piece of good news. During this period of time, our Raven tribe has gained 7 more children." The children that Wu La spoke of meant children of the barbarian tribe. Other than food, children were the most important issue for the barbarian tribe. They represented the inheritance of the tribe. Haha, is that so? Then I must congratulate you. Zichen laughed dryly. What are you congratulating me for? This is all thanks to Chief Zichen. Quite a few of them were given to us by Chief Zichen. Haha, Chief Zichen, you are the benefactor of our Raven tribe. Zichen's mouth twitched, and he nodded his head. Perhaps this was the cuteness of the Raven tribe. There was no such thing as a pure bloodline. All they had was the hope for the continuation of the tribe. Call them. We'll go back together. Zichen was afraid that Wu La would continue to brag about this issue, so he quickly interrupted him. Call them. Wu La was startled and said, "But they haven't finished comprehending. Something big has happened recently. Let's go back first." "Tell them to stop comprehending," Zichen said. "Okay." Wu La ran back to the altar and called the others down. When they saw Zichen, their faces were filled with worship. Zichen nodded and found that these were originally 2nd level warriors. They had all broken through to 3rd level. It seemed that the Raven tribe had changed a lot these days. "Chief Zichen, we broke through to 3rd level. We wanted to learn the 3rd level barbarian technique that you taught us, but the Raven tribe leader didn't have time to teach us. The others didn't learn it well, so we could only come here to comprehend. Along the way, Wu Lei's mouth was not idle. Sometimes he would ask for a little something, and Zichen could only nod and agree. Before they reached the Raven tribe, Zichen saw many people standing outside. In front of them were the barbarian bulls and the Raven barbarians. The Raven barbarians were busy breaking through. Now that they appeared, it was obvious that they had broken through. It had been almost a month since Zichen left. During this month, the Raven tribe had built many more stone houses. Wu Man and the others all came to welcome Zichen and invited him to the tribe. After that, they prepared delicious food for the returning Zichen. Right now, the Raven tribe was full of vigor and vitality. This was a sign that a small tribe was about to transform into a large tribe. During the banquet, all the barbarians expressed their highest respect to Zichen. They also prepared wine for Zichen. The original Raven tribe didn't have wine. These were made by the elders of the Raven tribe that Zichen had redeemed. These elders not only brought back the method of making wine, but also many of the lost skills of the Raven tribe. After the banquet, Zichen called Wu Man and gave him the last fruit of strength. "What is this?" Wu Man looked at the glowing ball in his hand with a curious face. "Fruit of strength." After Zichen finished speaking, Wu Man still had a puzzled face. Zichen smiled and said, "After swallowing it, it can increase one's strength by 1 level. Quickly go and refine it." After he finished speaking, Zichen drove Wu Man out. Wu Man held the fruit of strength. His eyes were full of shock, but after the shock there was even more gratitude. Zichen walked out of the room and found the barbarian bulls not far away. They were looking in his direction. It was obvious that they had seen Wu Man take the fruit of strength and leave. Zichen took out the last monkey fruit and threw it to the barbarian bulls. "This is what I promised you. Take it." Chapter 807. The Black Tribe, the tribe that Heya was in. After returning, Heya sent people to investigate the Wood tribe. As long as the Wood tribe surrendered, the other side would attack quickly. Heya and the Black tribe would also surrender immediately. The ground suddenly trembled. The roar of savage beasts came from outside, followed by the cries of the tribesmen. This change made Heya's expression change. When Heya rushed out of the room, the roaring savage beasts had already entered the tribe. This was a group of savage wolf riders. There were more than 100 of them. Each rider was an extremely powerful warrior. In their hands were sharp weapons that emitted a cold light. These weapons were made of materials and not the stone tools that the Black tribe used. They had already rushed into the tribe. Wherever they went, anyone who tried to pick up a weapon or had the slightest intention of resisting would be cut in half at the waist. 1 strike. No matter if it was a rank 3 or 4 warrior, they were all killed in 1 strike. The speed of these people from the large tribes was faster than Heya expected. Moreover, the other side's ruthlessness was also beyond Heya's imagination. While he was still in shock, dozens of tribesmen had already been killed. "Don't kill. We surrender. Surrender. Everyone put down your weapons. Don't try to resist." Heya reacted and shouted loudly. His voice was a bit hoarse. The most precious thing in the tribe was warriors. Now, the other side was slaughtering their warriors. The Black tribe warriors threw away the stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with fear. There were also some who were clearly angry. They would be killed in the next moment by the wolf riders. The weakest of these wolf riders was rank 5. Their riders were rank 4 or 5 savage beasts, other than the leader, who was a rank 6 warrior riding a rank 6 savage wolf. There were 4 other rank 6 warriors in the group. This was a powerful wolf rider led by 5 rank 6 warriors. They rushed into the Black tribe without any scruples. The savage wolves below them let out low growls. The riders also let out sharp cries. Wherever they went, they would kill any Black tribe warrior that they didn't like or had the slightest bit of emotion on their faces. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very well trained. They could attack a tribe like the Wood tribe in a few rounds. As for the small black tribe, they didn't even need to deliberately attack. Only when all of the Black Clan people stopped resisting and lay on the ground, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, did the Wolf Riders shout again and rush into the stone houses one after another. Soon after, a series of chaotic sounds rang out from the stone houses. After a short while, the sound of a woman screaming and panting could be heard from within the stone house. These Wolf Riders began to do whatever they wanted in the small black tribe. They were unscrupulous. One of the barbarian leaders even broke into Black Cliff's room. The woman who belonged to Black Cliff was quickly pressed under his crotch and shot at by the barbarian. The entire Black Clan was filled with such voices, and the Black Clan warriors were still in a state of panic. These Wolf Riders, other than wantonly enjoying the women of the Black Clan, would also take away resources that they thought were useful. Of course, these resources included women. However, in the small Black Clan, the only resources that could catch their eyes were women and nothing more. The entire Black Clan had been tossed around in a foul atmosphere. This was a blatant robbery. Clearly, he was thoroughly robbed after showing his willingness to submit. Ye's face was filled with helplessness. The Black Clan that he had painstakingly built up for so many years had suffered a heavy blow today. Leader. Many Black Clan warriors ran over and looked at Heya, waiting for him to make a decision. Looking at the messy Black Clan, Heya's face was filled with helplessness. The other party was the Wolf Riders of a super powerful tribe. The small Black Clan was nothing in their eyes, not to mention a single charge. Even half a charge would be enough to destroy the Black Clan. At this moment, Heya only prayed that these Wolf Riders would not kill anymore. All kinds of confused sounds continued for a long time. Only then did the barbarian Wolf Riders come out of the room one by one. When they came out, they had some relatively useful things in their hands. The one who entered Heya's room was the leader of the Wolf Riders. He was also the strongest of the 5/6 rank warriors. He was the one who rushed at the front. In his left hand was a woman, in his right hand was a gourd, and behind him was a 6th rank barbarian wolf. As soon as the leader appeared, he directly walked towards Heya. Heya's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not mind that the woman was taken away, but the gourd was taken away. This made Heya's heart bleed. Looking at the leader of the Wolf Riders, Heya suddenly thought of something more important than the gourd. Speak, where did these things come from? The leader of the Wolf Riders came forward and let go of the woman. He pointed at the gourd in his right hand and shouted at Heya. He had opened the gourd before and found that it was monkey wine. This thing was extremely precious. Even the two clan did not have much of it. It's a bunch of delicious wine. I picked it up by accident. Heya was prepared to fool the leader. Slap. The leader of the Wolf Riders slapped Heya to the ground. The leader stepped on Heya's body and shouted, "Don't think that I don't know. This is monkey wine. Speak, where did you get it?" I picked it up. Blood flowed out from the corner of Heya's mouth. Damn it, you still don't know the truth. Seeing that Heya was not cooperating, the leader of the Wolf Riders was furious. He lifted his leg and stomped on Heya. At the side, many of the Black Clan warriors were furious. However, the other barbarian Wolf Riders quickly noticed the abnormality and rushed over. Heya was also a level 6, which was the same level as the leader of the barbarians. However, he did not dare to resist. He had received news that those who tried to resist did not survive. There were even tribes that were wiped out, leaving only the women alive. Heya was being stepped on by the barbarians. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Many of his bones were crushed, but he insisted that he picked it up. Damn it, you still don't know the truth. Under the signal of the leader of the Wolf Riders, the two of them lifted Heya up. After Heya was lifted up, the leader of the Wolf Riders did not continue to ask. Instead, he slapped Heya's face. Heya was coughing up blood. His teeth were spat out one by one. Both of his cheeks were smashed, but he still insisted that he picked it up. He was very stubborn. The surrounding people could not bear to see this, but no one told on him. After following Heya for a long time, they knew his temper. If he did not want to say something, no one could force him to say it. The leader of the Wolf Riders only slapped Heya and did not interrogate the others. Don't hit him, don't hit him. I'll tell you it's the ravens. This thing is from the ravens. Seeing that Heya was about to be slapped to death, the woman next to the leader of the Wolf Riders screamed. Her face was full of tears. Oh, the ravens! The barbarian stopped slapping and shook the blood off his hand. He turned his head and looked at the woman. Yes, yes, I heard the leader of the ravens say it once. The woman cried, Bitch, you bitch! Heya's eyes were full of hatred. Slap. The barbarian slapped Heya again. This time he used a lot of strength. Heya fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Where is the ravens? Take me there. The group of Wolf Riders took the spoils of war and left the Black Tribe. As for the ravens' location, naturally someone told them. Just like before, someone told them where the Black Tribe was, someone also told them where the ravens were. When the leader of the Wolf Riders heard that the ravens only had 100 people, he was surprised. Follow me. The leader of the Wolf Riders laughed and urged the level 6 barbarian wolf to speed up. Then, more than 100 riders rushed towards the Raven tribe. Behind them were more than 100 barbarians from other tribes. They were in charge of guiding the other tribes. At the same time, they were also in charge of collecting the spoils for the riders. Of course, this also included materials and women. At this moment, Heya was being carried by 2 level 4 warriors. These 2 warriors were from the Mo tribe and were now working for the Wolf Riders. Next to them, the woman who belonged to Heya was applying some herbs to Heya's face. She was now the personal property of the leader of the Wolf Riders. Heya's injury was not light. His whole body was almost in a semi-conscious state. He was being carried by 2 warriors at a very fast speed. Under the fast speed of the Wolf Riders, the ravens soon arrived. This was a tribe with only 500 people. The number of people was too small, but this did not hinder the Wolf Riders' high spirits. Therefore, under the roar of the barbarian wolf and the sharp cry of the Wolf Riders, a group of Wolf Riders rushed toward the ravens with sharp swords. With such a big movement, the ravens naturally noticed. Then they all appeared and stared at the approaching Wolf Riders. Suddenly seeing so many Wolf Riders, the ravens' faces were full of curiosity and surprise. Of course, there was also a touch of shock and envy, but there was no panic. After seeing this scene, the leader of the Wolf Riders had a cruel smile on his face. He thought that this was really a small tribe. They didn't even have the slightest awareness. Can't they see that we are going to kill them? Facing the attack of the barbarian wolves, the ravens did not react. Only a few of them had taken out stone tools. However, there was one person who caught the attention of the leader of the Wolf Riders. It was a tall barbarian. In his hand, he held a long sword that shone with a cold light. Even though he was far away, he could see that the quality of the long sword was not ordinary. This small tribe had monkey wine and such a high-quality long sword. The leader of the Wolf Riders felt that this trip was not in vain. Because he was too happy, he made up his mind to exterminate this tribe. He would kill the men and leave the women alive. As the leader of the Wolf Riders looked around, he found that there was a beauty in this small tribe. It was Una. Immediately, the leader of the Wolf Riders saw Una as a celestial being. He was deeply attracted by her appearance. The leader of the Wolf Riders raised the sharp sword in his hand and slashed down. Although he did not speak, this action represented the extermination of the tribe. The sharp cry became louder. The Wolf Riders increased their speed and approached. The sharp swords in their hands flashed with a dense killing intent. A group of level 5 Wolf Riders exterminating a tribe of 500 was a piece of cake. However, when they approached, they found that the ravens' faces did not show any fear. Instead, they showed a strange expression. Chapter 808. The beast that rushed out from the ravens was a level 6 savage beast. barbarian tiger. Barbarian tiger's body was more than 5 meters long, and it was very strong. After rushing out from the ravens, it arrived in front of the ravens. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest. A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out with a dense king's might. The savage wolves that were charging at the front trembled when they heard the tiger's roar. Almost half of the savage wolves lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground with their riders. The wolf riders that fell rolled on the ground a few times. Their bodies were covered in mud. Their sorry state made the other ravens laugh. Although the other savage wolves managed to block the roar and didn't fall down, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Barbarian Tiger was only level 6, he had refined the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength while he was with Zichin. He had also refined a lot of king-level ancient beast blood. Barbarian Tiger was no longer an ordinary Barbarian Tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body had some king-level ancient beast pressure. This pressure had a strong deterrent effect on savage beasts. After the second roar, many of the wolf riders fell down. The rest of the wolf riders had no choice but to stop because Barbarian Tiger's aura was too strong. Even the eyes of the 6th grade barbarian wolf under the wolf rider leader and the other 2 6th grade barbarian wolves were filled with vigilance and fear towards man who, after the second roar, about 30 wolf riders were forced to stop. The rest of the wolf riders were also shocked when they got up. A single barbarian tiger was able to stop a whole group of wolf riders. When the other barbarians saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Hei slowly opened his eyes. The blood on his face had been wiped off, but the wound was still very obvious. He saw the wolf riders, barbarian tiger, and the ravens. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was clear that if the wolf riders dared to attack the ravens, they would suffer unimaginable damage. With Zichin present, Hei had already expected this. If he had taken the initiative to tell Zichin that the monkey fruit came from the ravens, he wouldn't have lost anything. However, Hei didn't want to because this wasn't a matter of him losing anything. It was a matter of gratitude. The Black Cliff owed Zichin a debt of gratitude. Zichin had given them both the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength. This was a great debt of gratitude, so he could not be ungrateful. When Hei raised his head to look, he saw the leader of the wolf riders approaching Man Hu. Beside him were 2 other rank 6 warriors who were also riding rank 6 barbarian wolves. It looked like the 3 of them were going to attack Man Hu. At this moment, a muffled roar came from the group of ravens. Barbarian Bull, who had swallowed the monkey fruit and advanced to level 6, also rushed out. After charging out, Barbarian Bull and Barbarian Tiger stood side by side. Barbarian Bull coldly stared at the approaching wolf riders. Their bodies emitted a red light, as if they were burning flames. When Barbarian Bull appeared, although he didn't have the same pressure as Barbarian Hu, his fiery red fur was still extremely eye-catching. The 3 people who originally wanted to charge at Barbarian who had a slight change in their expression and subconsciously stopped. But before Barbarian Bull could continue to show off, Barbarian Tiger let out a dissatisfied roar. Barbarian Bull's body slightly trembled, and he unwillingly retreated a few steps. Even though Barbarian Bull's strength had reached level 6, he still wasn't Barbarian Tiger's opponent. The leader of the wolf riders stopped. He was surprised. Level 6 Barbarian Tiger and level 6 Barbarian Bull. I didn't think that a mere 100-people tribe would have 2 beasts. 2 more wolf riders came up from behind. They were level 5 barbarian wolves, but the ones riding on them were level 6 warriors. These 2 people followed behind the first 2. 5 people and 5 wolves slowly approached Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. In their hands were sharp blades that flashed with cold light. The other side's formation was too strong. If the 2 sides fought, the ones to be slaughtered would naturally be the barbarian tribe. Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull's timely appearance was only a deterrent. After that, Barbarian Wu took large strides forward. At that moment, Other than the 5 wolf riders, the rest of the wolf riders also reorganized themselves and followed behind. The wolf riders' powerful battle strength reappeared. Barbarian Wu looked at the leader of the wolf riders from far away and shouted, "Our barbarian tribe surrenders!" Surrenders? This is surrenders. The leader of the wolf riders spoke with a cold voice. Barbarian Wu was slightly startled and then said, "Our barbarian tribe is small and can't afford to kill. Please forgive us. We surrender." He glanced at Man Hu and Man Yo before glancing at Wu Man. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "All right, I believe that all of you are sincere in your submission. Now hand over the monkey bar." Monkey wine. Barbarian Wu was startled. The leader of the wolf riders sneered, "Don't tell me you don't have it or that you don't know. Bring him over." While they were talking, Heya was brought over from behind. His face was extremely swollen and his teeth were missing. Wu Man didn't recognize him at first glance. A moment later, Wu Man reacted and cried out in alarm, "Leader Heya, you are Heya's leader." This was found in his room and it came from your barbarian tribe. Don't tell me you don't have it. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than his and your little barbarian tribe will no longer have any reason to exist. While they were talking, the wolf riders once again charged forward. But this time they didn't charge at Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. Instead, they spread out and circled around the barbarian tribe. Wu Man's expression changed. He didn't think that things would develop like this. This was completely different from what Zi Qin had expected. The wolf riders began to harass the barbarians, but didn't immediately kill them. In desperation, the barbarians could only retreat. They retreated again and again until they reached the huge open space where they originally refined their bodies. More than 100 wolf riders had surrounded them. Even Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull didn't know whether to attack or not. Quickly hand over the monkey wine, or your tribe will be exterminated. The leader of the wolf riders' expression was much colder. He left Barbarian Wolf's back and walked towards Wu Man. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, if you don't want your tribe to be exterminated, then cooperate with me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your little barbarian tribe. I don't know what monkey wine is. What do you want me to take?" Wu Man had a puzzled expression. Slap. The leader of the wolf riders suddenly slapped Wu Man's face. Under the great force, Wu Man was sent flying. "You dare to lie? Do you want to die? Do you want your tribe to be exterminated?" The leader of the wolf riders began to madly step on Wu Man's body, like how he dealt with Heya. Wu Man was easily beaten and didn't dare to resist. This scene shocked the barbarian tribe. When Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull saw this, they also rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. But in the next moment, the other warriors of the 6th rank and the 6th rank barbarian wolves rushed towards Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull to stop them. The leader of the wolf riders continued to madly step on Wu Man. Seeing this, Wu Mu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Dog, you dare to behave so atrociously in the barbarian tribe? Die!" Wu Mu shouted loudly. His face was ferocious as he rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. However, his loud voice didn't represent his battle strength. He was kicked away by the leader of the wolf riders and was unable to get up for a long time. "Beat them up! Beat them up fiercely. Before I come out, don't stop. If anyone resists, exterminate their entire tribe without mercy." After kicking away Wu Mu, the leader of the wolf riders didn't continue to madly kick Wu Man. Instead, he went straight towards Una. His heart was burning with passion. He couldn't wait to see Una, who was comparable to a celestial. He had just finished controlling the situation when she came. Seeing the leader of the wolf riders charging towards her, Una's face was filled with panic. She exclaimed, What are you doing?" A sinister smile appeared on the leader of the wolf riders' face as he grabbed at Una. Una resisted and attacked the leader of the wolf riders. However, due to the difference of 3 ranks, she was subdued in just 1 move. Next, the leader of the wolf riders carried her over his shoulder. Una continued to struggle, but it was useless. The leader of the wolf riders who was carrying her turned his head to look at Wu Man. A cold smile appeared on his face once more. Beating and interrogating were just his hobbies. It was purely a form of torture. As for the monkey fruit, he would be able to find it himself after he killed everyone here. The sinister smile on his face grew more and more complacent. He carried the beauty and headed straight for the largest house in the area. He knew that, according to the customs of the barbarians, the largest house would always belong to the patriarch. As for the earthen race, a puny sixth rank like him wasn't much. There was no way he could get close to the patriarch. Thus, to be able to go to the patriarch's house was the most intense desire in his heart. Thus, after coming out, working in the patriarch's house had become his greatest hobby. Originally, when the Crow tribe members heard that their tribe was about to be exterminated, they were completely terrified. Fear and panic appeared on their faces. However, when they saw the leader of the wolf riders carrying Una into the patriarch's house, the strange expressions that disappeared from their faces resurfaced once more. Bang! The door of the patriarch's house was kicked open by a powerful force. Next, the leader of the wolf riders carried Una into the house. Outside, Wu Man was being kicked by two barbarian warriors. Further away was Man Tiger and Man Yo, who were being held back by a group of people. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound rang out. This sound came from the patriarch's house. Everyone turned their heads to see the leader of the wolf riders, who had carried Una in earlier, flying out from the house. As he flew out, Una, who was being carried by him, swayed slightly before falling to the ground. When Una looked at the leader of the wolf riders again, her eyes had turned cold. The leader of the wolf riders, who was sent flying over 10 meters away, began coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Two fifth-rank warriors rushed forward to help him up. They then turned their gazes towards the patriarch's house. They wondered what was inside that could send their leader flying out. Under their watchful gazes, a person walked out from the house. This person was much shorter than the barbarians. In the barbarian race, there was only one name for such people, and that was outsiders. Outsider. The Crow tribe actually has an outsider overseeing them. Chapter 809. These days, Zichen had been adapting to his new strength. In his spare time, he had been comprehending barbarian techniques. Now his strength was his strongest attack, so he had to develop it to the extreme. Zichen had already known that the big tribes wanted to unify this area and make the people submit. He had also told the Crow barbarians that if the other party's attitude was good, then they should just submit. After all, the Crow tribe was only so big, so there was nothing that could catch their eye. However, if the other party wanted to kill, then the small Crow tribe would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Zichen signaled for Man Hu and Man Yo to appear and intimidate them first before submitting. Zichen's plan was excellent, but it wasn't perfect. He was only referring to his own thoughts. But it didn't mean that the barbarians of the other tribes had the same thoughts as him. From time to time, the voices from outside seemed to indicate that this surrender wasn't going well, but Zichen didn't care. He believed that with Man Hu and Man Yo here, and the fact that the Crow tribe was poor, the other party would quickly leave after being intimidated. Only when Wu Shu shouted did Zichen know that something had happened. It seemed that things had gone awry. Therefore, Zichen released his spiritual sense to sense everything. The moment he released his spiritual sense, Zichen caught sight of the extremely arrogant leader of the Wolf Riders. After taking down Una in one move, the leader carried Una and headed straight for Zichen's room. Seeing the fanatical look in the leader's eyes, Zichen knew what he was up to. Within the barbarian tribe, Una was definitely a beauty. Unfortunately, Zichen was incapable of appreciating her beauty. Thus, Zichen had completely overlooked that point. At that moment, when he saw the leader of the Wolf Riders carrying Una, Zichen's mind was filled with the image of a human bandit who suddenly saw a beautiful woman. According to Zi Chen's standards, the other party's actions were extremely beastly. This kind of person was devoid of humanity and wanted to destroy someone's innocence. He was an existence that deserved to die. Just as the other party kicked the door open, Zi Chen also walked to the door. When he suddenly saw Zi Chen, the other party's face was filled with shock. The two of them looked at each other for a second. A second later, Zi Chen punched out. The Wolf Rider leader felt as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. He lost control of his body and flew backwards. After sending the leader of the Wolf Riders flying, Zi Chen walked out of the room. He looked around and saw the Wolf Riders as well as Wu Man who had been kicked. Because of Zi Chen's appearance, the Wolf Riders no longer kicked the Wu Man. Instead, they looked at Zi Chen in shock and surprise. What's going on? Zi Chen frowned, his voice cold. Wu Man stood up. There was blood on his body, but his injuries were much lighter than Black Cliff's. After he got up, he ran toward Zi Chen and said, "Leader Zi Chen, it's monkey wine. They're here for monkey wine. If you don't give it to us, we'll be wiped out." Monkey wine. Zi Chen was startled. He looked around again and saw Black Cliff. When he saw Black Cliff, he naturally saw the wounds on his face. To be honest, Black Cliff looked like a barbarian with a pig's head. If he hadn't sensed Black Cliff's soul with his spiritual sense, Zi Chen wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. Seeing Zi Chen look at him, Black Cliff's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Black Cliff's miserable appearance made Zi Chen's expression gloomy. Although he wasn't friends with Black Cliff, he didn't have a bad impression of him. Now that Black Cliff had been beaten to such a state, Zi Chen was still a bit unhappy. After seeing Black Cliff's aggrieved expression and recalling what Wu Man had said before, Zi Chen vaguely understood what had happened without Black Cliff's explanation. A smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face, but it was a cold smile. Many people who saw this smile felt a chill in their hearts. Ignoring the leader of the Wolf Riders, not far away, Zi Chen directly walked towards Heya. Seeing this, the two Mo clan members who were holding Heya immediately left Heya behind and ran to the side. Heya's body swayed as he stood unsteadily. Seeing that he was about to fall, Heya's woman supported him. Zi Chen walked 5 meters away from Black Cliff. Only at this distance could Zi Chen look at Black Cliff. Looking at Black Cliff, Zi Chen said, "You're injured." Black Cliff, this big man, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears began to fall. He was very moved because Zi Chen didn't ask if it was his secret. Black Cliff's mouth wriggled. He wanted to speak, but his swollen face made him unable to speak. Zi Chen raised his hand. Light flashed between his fingers, and a blood-healing pill appeared. After shattering the blood-healing pill with his Yuan force, Zi Chen controlled the powder of the blood-healing pill and sprinkled it on Heya's face. Black Cliff's swollen face instantly went down. In just a few breaths of time, there were no more scars on Black Cliff's face. They came to my Black clan and started a massacre. Then they found monkey wine in my room and forced me to tell them. Black Cliff impatiently said as soon as he could speak. But Zi Chen stretched out a finger, indicating that Black Cliff shouldn't speak. He said, "I believe you." Just those 3 words made Black Cliff incomparably moved. He was so moved that he couldn't say a single word until Zi Chen turned around. Actually, Zi Chen was the one who was the most touched. Along the way, he had seen a lot of deception, and he rarely trusted anyone. In his heart, he had only met Heya a few times, and although his impression of him was not bad, he did not treat Heya as a friend. Even so, Heya would rather get hurt than betray him. That kind of trust was the source of Zi Chen's feelings. And at this moment, Black Cliff had undoubtedly become Zi Chen's friend. Zi Chen even felt a bit guilty. He didn't consider him a friend, but he was willing to give up his life for him. Other than strength, friendship was the second thing Zi Chen had gained here. After turning around, Zi Chen's eyes became as cold as a blade as he coldly stared at the Wolf Rider leader. The Wolf Rider leader felt his hair stand on end. When he saw an outsider walking towards him, he felt even less confident. "You, what are you doing? Do you want your clan to be exterminated?" threatened the Wolf Rider leader weakly as Zi Chen walked over. Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward, unaffected by the threat. "You, don't come any closer, or I will exterminate my clan. Even though you are an outsider, you have joined the Ravens. You are part of the Ravens. Do you want the Ravens to be exterminated because of you?" Seeing that the outsider wasn't threatened, the Wolf Rider leader spoke again. This time his words were much clearer, but Zi Chen still didn't stop. When he got close to the Wolf Rider leader, Zi Chen jumped up and slapped him. A golden light flashed. Bang! The Wolf Rider leader was hit and spun around a few times. Blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back and covered his cheek. He threatened loudly, "You dare to hit me? Do you want to destroy the Ravens? Do you want the Ravens to disappear?" The other Wolf Riders also let out a sharp cry. They took out their weapons and released their killing intent. Zi Chen's eyes didn't move. He was still staring at the Wolf Rider leader. He jumped up again and slapped him again. This time, under the loud slap, the Wolf Rider leader started to vomit blood and his teeth fell out. After beating him back again, Zi Chen said in a cold voice, "Every time you attack someone from the tribe, you threaten them like this. Then let me ask you, which tribe are you from?" "The Earth Tribe." "I am from the Earth Tribe, the largest tribe in the barbarian world." When he talked about his tribe, the Wolf Rider leader's face was full of pride. But unfortunately, the word Earth Tribe did not scare Zi Chen. Before he could finish, he was slapped again. After the slap, the Wolf Rider leader vomited more blood. He staggered back more than 10 steps, and his face became pale. After Zi Chen landed on the ground, he asked coldly, "You are so arrogant outside. Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it?" "You." The Wolf Rider leader just opened his mouth, and blood came out of his mouth again. He was in a sorry state. Zi Chen walked forward step by step, increasing the pressure on the Wolf Rider leader. But before he could attack, Zi Chen slapped him again. This slap was so loud that the Wolf Rider leader saw stars and his body swayed. "You keep saying that you want to exterminate the tribe. Do you think it's fun? Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it? Are you not afraid of being exterminated?" Zi Chen approached again and slapped the Wolf Rider leader again. The Wolf Rider leader had just gathered some strength, but it was immediately dispersed and he was sent flying. This time, Zi Chen used too much force, so much so that all of his teeth were knocked loose, and he spat them out in several mouthfuls. After being humiliated like this, the Wolf Rider leader went completely crazy. He stood up again and gathered the strength in his body. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill, exterminate the tribe." A murderous aura filled the air. The Wolf Riders raised their swords and prepared to slaughter the Ravens. But at that moment, a loud sound completely covered the word "kill." It was like thunder, and the killing intent that the Wolf Riders had gathered dissipated in an instant. In front of Zi Chen, where the Wolf Rider leader stood, there was only a pile of flesh and bones left. The Wolf Rider leader had been killed in one blow. A level 6 leader was killed in one blow. The eyes of the Wolf Riders were filled with fear. "We are from the Earth Tribe, the most powerful tribe in the barbarian world. Kill everyone here." The Wolf Rider leader had just been killed. Just as the Wolf Riders felt that they had lost their backbone, the second leader from before opened his mouth to speak. Kill everyone." At the same time, the Wolf Rider leader, who seemed to be the third leader, also shouted. Then the two of them took the lead and attacked the Ravens. The rest of the Wolf Riders also reacted. One by one, they raised their sharp blades and charged towards the Ravens. Seeing that the Wolf Riders were not completely frightened, Zi Chen was not surprised. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright golden light. The pressure of a level 6 perfect body was released. Under this pressure, everyone's face was filled with fear. This pressure was very similar to the pressure released by the barbarian god statue. For a moment, everyone was in a daze, as if they were seeing the arrival of a beast. Chapter 8:10. Zi Chen had disappeared, and there was only a golden lightning in the field. In the eyes of the barbarians, this was a real lightning, and its speed had already reached the limit. The second leader of the Wolf Riders only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. The third leader's sharp blade was about to hit a barbarian from the Raven tribe. Suddenly, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Then the third leader felt that his hand was as light as a feather. When he raised his head, he was shocked to find that his entire arm and the sharp blade had disappeared. Ah! The third leader, who did not feel any pain, let out a scream out of fear. However, his scream only lasted for half a second before it stopped abruptly. The third leader also fell down. The golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. Moreover, in just one breath, the golden light had flashed more than 10 times. Fast, it was too fast. They could no longer see Zichen. They could only see the golden light. In the second breath of the golden light, dozens of wolf riders had already fallen down. Under the speed of killing more than 10 people in one breath, the remaining wolf riders' fear reached its peak and they tried to escape. However, the golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. The wolf rider who fell down did not even have the chance to scream. Everyone around was shocked by Zi Chen's strength. The barbarians who had followed the wolf riders had already escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. Other than the ravens, there was only one man, Heya, and a few women left. They were all the spoils of war that the wolf riders had obtained. In addition, the most eye-catching ones were the barbarian wolves that had lost their masters. Zi Chen's pressure was only slightly weaker than the barbarian gods. The barbarian wolves did not have the courage to run away. Anyone who tried to escape would be intercepted by barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. At this time, Zi Chen had already killed a lot of wolf riders. However, he only killed the riders and did not kill the wolves. Under Zi Chen's pressure, the barbarian wolves did not dare to move. In desperation, the wolf riders could only jump off the backs of the barbarian wolves and walk. It had to be said that they still had a high chance of survival if they fled separately. After the golden lightning chased them for a while, it turned back. Not counting the leaders of the other clans, there were at least 10 wolf riders who ran away, but they all ran away and left their wolves behind. At this moment, over 100 barbaric wolves were crawling on the ground with fear in their eyes. Zi Chen's expression was as cold as ice. He released the pressure from his body and walked back step by step. Everywhere he passed, all the crouching wolves trembled. In their perception, this human was an existence even more terrifying than savage beasts. The pressure on his body had already surpassed that of a king. There were a total of 115 barbaric wolves. Among them, there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves, more than 10 level 5 barbaric wolves, and the rest were all level 4 barbaric wolves. Perhaps only a large clan could afford such a large number of barbaric wolves. Zi Chen suddenly took out the dragon soul spear, and a resplendent silver light flashed on the surface of the spear. Then a loud dragon roar resounded, and a dragon's might spread out. This was the true might of a dragon, an existence that only existed in legends. When this might was unleashed, many barbaric wolves actually wet their pants in fear. Dragons were sacred and powerful existences. When this might was unleashed, the barbaric wolves felt their souls tremble. Zi Chen held the dragon soul spear and walked forward. After unleashing the dragon's might, the barbaric wolves' reactions satisfied him. When he reached the leader of the barbaric wolves, Zi Chen suddenly thrust his spear at it. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear pierced through the barbaric wolf's head and nailed it to the ground. Under this attack, the barbaric wolf's leader actually didn't die immediately. It let out a mournful cry, and its entire body twitched. However, after a few twitches, the barbaric wolf's leader stopped moving and died completely. The instant the barbaric wolf's leader died, the other barbaric wolves roared uneasily. Their bodies trembled even more, and their fear grew even stronger. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice resounded, "Submit or die." When these words came out, the barbarians who didn't understand why Zichen wanted to kill the barbaric wolf's leader instantly understood everything. As for Heya, who had recovered from his injuries, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy. Zichen's action was obviously to help the Raven tribe subdue the barbaric wolves. As for why he killed the leader of the barbaric wolves, it was only to intimidate them. The most important reason was that there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves. Manhu and Manyo weren't easy to suppress. After killing one, there were still 2 left. Even if the 2 barbaric wolves suddenly rebelled, Manhu and Manyo would still be able to suppress them. Zichen's action was very far-sighted. Hey, you admired him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after Zichen's words, the barbaric wolves all chose to submit. They crawled on the ground and didn't move. Zichen's gaze swept over the barbaric wolves, and then he looked at the Raven warriors and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up your weapons and find your mounts." Hearing these words, the Raven tribe barbarians were all stunned. They didn't even react immediately. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find your mounts." The first to react was naturally Wu Man. After repeating his words, he was the first to charge towards the barbaric wolves. As a level 6 warrior, Wu Man's first target was naturally a level 6 barbaric wolf. "Wu Man, the barbaric wolf mount isn't suitable for you." Zichen suddenly called out to Wu Man. Wu Man, on the other hand, was stunned and he subconsciously stopped. The moment Wu Man stopped, the others reacted and charged towards the pack of barbaric wolves. As for the level 6 barbaric wolves that Wu Man coveted the most, they were instantly seized. One was Wu Shu, and the other was a level 4 warrior. Both of them were holding the weapons that the barbaric wolf riders used. The others followed suit. They all picked up their weapons and sat on the backs of the barbaric wolves. Their faces were filled with excitement. Including the level 2 warriors, there were over 100 barbaric wolf riders. Wu Man was very anxious. He scratched his head, but the mounts had already been distributed. He didn't have a share. Zichen pointed at the barbaric bull not far away and said, "This is a mutated barbaric bull. It definitely isn't any worse than a level 6 barbaric wolf." Wu Man's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. He had long been thinking about this barbaric bull mount. Zichen put away the dragon soul spear and walked forward. All the barbaric wolves had already stood up. They faced Zichen again. Although they were no longer afraid, their eyes were still filled with reverence. "Chief Zichen, what do you think of me sitting on it? Isn't it a good match?" The level 3 Wu Shu sat on the level 6 barbaric wolf and excitedly said. Zichen looked deeply at Wu Shu and said, "Right now it isn't a good match, but in the future it will be. Not bad. This barbaric wolf will be your exclusive mount." "Haha, thank you, Chief." Zichen's words were naturally the highest order of the Raven tribe. After this, no one would be able to take this barbaric wolf away. It belonged to Wu Shu. Wu Shu loudly thanked him. Zichen's gaze fell on the level 4 warrior on the second level 6 mount. This was the second warrior besides Wu Man to break through to level 4. Seeing Zichen looking over, the warrior also had a face full of smiles, waiting for Zichen's evaluation. Looking at the warrior, Zichen calmly said, "A level 6 barbaric wolf doesn't suit you. Go find a level 5 one." The level 4 warrior quickly got off and ran towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. On the back of the barbaric wolf, the level 3 warrior was chased off. This was the suppression of power. Then the level 3 warrior chased off the level 2 warrior. Zichen lightly patted the level 6 barbaric wolf's forehead. He turned his head to look at Heya and said, Hey ya, this level 6 barbaric wolf is yours. Give it to me. Hey, you was clearly startled. Chin nodded his head and said not bad. For you, as a level 6 warrior, you are qualified to have this barbaric wolf as a mount. Having a level 6 barbaric wolf as a mount was naturally a good thing. No one could resist the temptation of a level 6 barbaric wolf. Hey Yu expressed his thanks again and again. The level 6 barbaric wolf was now Hey Ya's. Next, Chan walked towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. Then, Chin gave them some pointers on what level of barbaric beast they should own. Chen's way of assigning the barbaric beasts was very strange. He did not assign the barbaric beasts according to their levels of power. The owner of one of the level 5 barbaric beasts was actually a level 2 warrior. It appeared that the way he assigned the barbaric beasts was based on his preference. Una, this level 5 barbaric beast belongs to you. When he reached the last level 5 barbaric beast, Chan turned his head and said to Una. As Una was a woman, she stood far away and did not step forward. When she heard that, she was first stunned. Then, her face became one of ecstasy. She quickly rushed forward and sat down on the back of the level 5 barbaric wolf. She held a sharp blade in her hand and looked like a goddess of war. Use it as support and training, Chin said to Una. Una nodded her head excitedly. At that moment, everyone felt that Chen's way of assigning the barbaric wolf riders was very strange. However, they did not understand the specific meaning behind it. Only after several decades after Chin left the barbarian world did they understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. At the same time, they felt that their leader Chin was even more unfathomable. Heya, on the other hand, seemed to have some speculations. However, he did not dare to believe it. Even after several decades, he still could not help but sigh. After assigning the barbaric wolf riders, everyone left one after another. They happily went to test out the thrill of riding the barbaric wolf riders. The other ravens also left. It seemed that it was time to cook. Hey, you seem to have something to say. However, in the end, he did not say anything. Go back to your tribe first. I will deal with the earthen tribe. However, you need to make plans to migrate, Chin said. Migrate? Where do we migrate to? Hey, you looked at Chin. Chin gestured for Heya to come out. Then he pointed to an empty space in the distance and said, That place is spacious enough. You all can move here. In the future, the Black Tribe and the Ravens will never invade each other's territory. Heya understood Chen's meaning and nodded his head. However, he only understood half of it. He still had many doubts, but he did not ask too many questions. Just as Heya was leaving, Chin asked how many days it would take for the earthen tribe to arrive. Heya said that he was not sure. However, it should be 3 days later. Chen nodded his head and said that he would definitely arrive at the Black Tribe in 3 days. Heya took the women and left on the level 6 barbaric wolf. As for the other women, they chose to stay in the ravens to continue their ancestral line. After returning, Chin ate the food that the ravens prepared for him and left the ravens. This time, Chin flew through the air and headed straight for the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. This time he had offended the Earthen Tribe. Therefore, Chen had to be prepared. Chapter 8:11. Chen soared through the air, speeding along the way. His destination was the group of savage wolves guarded by the Grade 7 Monkey King. Ever since the savage monkeys schemed against a group of savage beasts and the Monkey King came out and killed many savage beasts, there are no longer any strong savage beasts in this area. Although many savage monkeys died in the last battle, to a large group of savage monkeys, this loss was nothing. Survival of the fittest, this rule also applied to the savage monkeys. Chen soared through the air and arrived above the savage monkeys. He saw the monkey tree below him, as well as the savage monkeys on top of it. There were also a few shining monkey fruits. Previously, there were 12 monkey fruits. Chen took 4, so there should be 8 left. But now, Chen only saw 4 monkey fruits. As soon as Chen appeared, he was discovered by the savage monkeys. Soon after, a group of savage monkeys let out a sharp cry. They immediately recognized that Chen was the one who stole the monkey fruits and the monkey wine. Thus, after the sharp shriek, numerous stones rained down on Chen, who was high up in the sky. Chen's aura surged, and boundless origin power wreaked havoc. All the whistling stones that came whistling towards him exploded into dust when they were a few meters away from Chen. Seeing all the stones turned into dust, the savage monkeys let out another scream. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked. Chen's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, it pressed down on the ground. Boundless pressure gushed out, and at this moment, the group of savage monkeys' faces changed. The barbaric monkeys that were lying on top of the monkey tree immediately cried out in alarm when they felt the pressure at close range. Their bodies fell downwards until they were firmly pressed to the ground by the pressure of the pressure. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of falling echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were no more savage monkeys on top of the monkey tree. All the savage monkeys fell to the ground, crawling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Monkey King, come out. Chen stood in the air, resembling a barbarian god clad in golden armor. A large group of barbarian monkeys came out of the cave in a single file. However, after they came out, their expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably terrified. The moment they jumped out of the cave, they would be pressed down to the ground by the pressure. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was level 5 or level 6, they all lost the ability to fight under the pressure. Pum! At the entrance of the cave, a thunderous sound rang out, following which, the large boulder at the entrance of the cave emitted cracking sounds. The Monkey King borrowed the force of the impact and shot up like a bolt of lightning before ruthlessly stomping towards Chen. As expected of the Barbarian Monkey King, it was still able to resist Chen's pressure. However, that was all it could do. Chen coldly glanced at the Monkey King, after which his silhouette flickered as he appeared above the Monkey King. Chen's strange speed clearly gave the Monkey King a fright. Just as the Monkey King was about to jump into the air to intercept Chen, it saw a golden footprint ruthlessly stomping towards it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Chen stomped on the Monkey King's head. A golden energy ripple spread out in all directions, after which Chen stomped on the Monkey King and descended from the sky. When the barbarian monkeys below saw this, they cried out in alarm and pounced towards the Monkey King. They actually wanted to be the Monkey King's scapegoat. When Chen saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. However, as he waved his sleeves, a tornado appeared out of thin air and swept the charging barbarian monkeys away in an instant. On the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The Monkey King landed on the ground and a deep pit appeared. At this moment, Chen was standing on the Monkey King's body. One of his feet was stepping on the Monkey King's head as boundless golden light flashed. The last time Chen fought with the Monkey King, he was defeated in a single strike. In the end, he had to flee in a sorry state. Today he fought with the Monkey King again and defeated it in a single strike. The Monkey King was still struggling, but it was useless. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed towards Chen with extreme speed. Their sharp claws and fangs tore at Chen. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were covered in a fiery red color. It was as if a fiery cloud was descending from the sky. Chen's surroundings were instantly filled with barbarian monkeys. The eyes of these barbarian monkeys were all red, as if they had gone mad. Chen's terrifying pressure was actually ineffective at this moment. Boom! Chen sneered. The origin energy on his body was released once again. Following a thunderous sound, an origin energy shockwave blasted out in all directions with his body as the center. Wherever the origin energy shockwave passed, All the barbarian monkeys were sent flying. The stronger ones were sent flying for tens of meters, while the weaker ones were sent flying for hundreds of meters. After 2 rounds of origin energy shockwave, other than the Monkey King that was unable to move, there were no other barbarian monkeys around Zichen. The Monkey King was still struggling, and its expression was filled with unwillingness. Zichen coldly said, "Don't make any more useless struggles. If I wanted to kill you, a single move would be enough." As the words left his mouth, Zichen walked down from the Monkey King's body. After struggling for a while, the Monkey King finally got up. Although Zichen's kick was powerful, the Monkey King wasn't injured. However, the Monkey King knew that it wasn't because it was strong, but because Zichen had no intention of harming it. After getting up, the Monkey King looked at Zichen, and its expression kept changing. This human in front of it stole its monkey fruit. After that, it found out that the monkey wine was stolen. It was obvious that this human was the culprit. Towards this human, the Monkey King naturally hated him to the extreme. But today, this human came again, and his strength was actually so terrifying. Finally, after hesitating for a while, the Monkey King pointed at the monkey fruit and 2 withered trees not far away, indicating that Zichen could take them away. Although it couldn't speak, the Monkey King had already expressed its intention clearly. Its face was filled with regret. The monkey fruit and monkey wine were not only the favorite items of the barbarian monkeys, they were also the foundation for the continuation of the barbarian monkeys. If they were to hand them all over now, the barbarian monkeys here would be weakened for a long period of time. Even the number of barbarian monkeys would decrease because of this. The Monkey King's decision represented the highest decision of the barbarian monkeys. Although the barbarian monkeys in the distance were extremely angry, they didn't refute or come out to protest. Zichen took in the Monkey King's expression. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't come here to take these things. Moreover, do you think these things are still useful to me?" Zichen's words caused the Monkey King to be pleasantly surprised, but it soon became confused. If he didn't come here to take these things, then why did he come here? Zichen said, "I came here to tell you one thing. Very soon, there will be a power that will attack the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Your tribe will be in danger of being exterminated." The confused Monkey King's eyes were filled with doubt. This time, there will be a lot of rank 8 warriors attacking the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Other than that, there will be at least 2 powerful existences like me. With my strength, I can kill you in one move. Fear finally appeared on the Monkey King's face. However, it was still confused. It didn't understand why this human would tell it this news. "I'm telling you this news to protect your barbarian monkey tribe. Of course, there are conditions." Zichen looked at the Monkey King and said, "There aren't many conditions, only one. After this crisis is over, you all just have to do me a favor." The Monkey King possessed extraordinary intelligence and didn't immediately agree. Zichen said again, "It's not a big favor. I just want you to protect the people of a tribe. If this tribe is in danger, you all just have to help." The Monkey King hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, you can signal these barbarian monkeys to move away now. I reckon that they will arrive soon. Now, bring me to look for other powerful barbarian beasts in this area. There's no need to look for rank 6 ones. It's best if they are rank 7, rank 8, and of course, rank 9 ones would be even better." The intelligent Monkey King quickly understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared on its face. Obviously, if it was rank 6, this human wouldn't have come to remind it. After all, rank 6 wasn't enough for this human to remind it. After ordering its tribesmen to move away immediately, the Monkey King brought Huang Xiaolong to look for other powerful barbarian beasts. Under the Monkey King's lead, Zichen found powerful barbarian beasts one after another. After seeing the barbarian beasts, Zichen wouldn't say anything and would immediately go up and beat them. Only when the barbarian beasts had no strength to resist Would he go up and make a deal with them? Without a doubt, all the barbarian beasts would nod and agree. Although these barbarian beasts only agreed verbally and didn't put any curses on them, Zichin still trusted them. Compared to humans, these barbarian beasts were indeed more trustworthy. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their words. Just like this, Zichin visited 7 barbarian beasts and 3 rank 8 barbarian beasts. As for rank 9 barbarian beasts, he didn't meet any of them. Only when the Monkey King didn't dare to go deeper did Zichin give up. That place was the deepest part of the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. No barbarian beasts dared to step into it. As for those barbarian beasts who tried to go in and explore, they never came out. After that, Zichin brought the Monkey King back. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was very big. When the big tribes attacked, they would only enter from one point. Therefore, these barbarian beasts only needed to stay away from the attack route. As for the place where they temporarily moved to, it was still the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. After sending the Monkey King to the place, Zichin began to return. More than 2 days had passed. Zichin had to reach the Black Tribe before the big tribes arrived. Otherwise, the Black Tribe would be annihilated. On the way back, Zichin saw the Raven tribe members. He noticed that many of them were moving construction materials to an empty space a few miles away. After knowing that the Black Tribe was going to move, the few ravens came to help. Zichin didn't stop and directly flew to the Black Tribe. When he arrived, the Black Tribe members had already finished their preparations. Many of the Black Tribe members were either carrying big beds, tables, or tall stone stools. Zichin descended from the sky. Under the surprised gazes of the Black Tribe members, Heya, who had heard the news, quickly walked over. Chief Zichin, we have received news that the big tribes have already passed through the Wood Tribe. They will arrive here in less than half a day. Heya hurriedly reported. Zichin nodded and said, "No, I will settle this matter. You let everyone move slowly. There is no need to rush. Take what you need." "Okay, I will arrange it now." Just as Heya was about to turn and leave, Zichin suddenly thought of something. He stopped Heya and said, "There is no need. There is no need to move." "Ah," Heya was startled. "Let everyone put the things back. There is no need to move now. We will talk about it after we settle the matter of the Wood Tribe." Heya could only nod and quickly pass down the order. It took almost half a day for the group of Black Tribe barbarians to put the things back into their rooms. Chapter 8:12. The troops of the large tribes had already set out, heading straight for the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. On the way, the wolf riders cleared the way for everyone, clearing all the obstacles. These obstacles referred to the tribes along the way, and the principle of the Two clan was that wherever they passed, all the tribes they encountered would be the vassals of the Two clan. This principle was well carried out by the wolf riders, and it was also smoothly carried out until they met the outsider, Zichin. When the dozen people fled back, they also reported the situation of the outsider, Zichin. The loss of more than 100 wolf riders was not enough to make the leader of the Two clan feel bad. But what he cared about was the attitude of the outsider, who dared to go against the Two clan. Did he not know that there were 2 outsiders here? Therefore, the large tribes deliberately sped up their advance, wanting to see who exactly this outsider was. Walking at the front of the troops was the leader of the Two clan. Apart from them, there were several other clans, such as the Fire clan, which was second only to the Two clan. There were also other clans, whose mounts were all level 6 barbarian wolves. The 2 outsiders, Chun Meng and Wu Yu, were also among them. Our people clearly reported their names, but this outsider still wanted to kill them. Could it be that he is very confident in his battle strength? On the way, there were still some people among the Two clan who were angry about the outsider. Although I don't dare to say that all the outsiders are powerful warriors, but those who have successfully broken the seal here are not weak at all. Moreover, your Earth race's wolf riders should have provoked him, otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many barbarians. Wu Yu had joined the Fire Clan, and along the way he was somewhat dissatisfied with the way the two clan acted. But as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care. It is true that he is not weak, but that does not mean that he is strong. If killing a few level 6 warriors is considered strong, then wouldn't there be strong everywhere? Chunmeng said. Chunmeng and Wu Yu had already raised their strength to level 6 with the help of the 6 fruits of power, and their battle strength was stronger, so they were more confident. If our information is not wrong, the level 7 warriors we sent before might have been killed by this outsider. Being able to kill level 7 warriors is considered a strong person. Chunmeng harumphed as his eyes were filled with disdain. He then said in a prideful tone, "My so-called experts are based on my strength, not yours." Then, Leader Chunmeng, do you mean that you have the confidence to defeat the other party? A native asked tentatively. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but at least 80%. Chunmeng said, you should know that even if we are at the same level, the difference in our combat power is 100 times greater. A difference of 100 times? How is that possible? Many people widened their eyes when they heard this. 100 times is not a definite statement. It's just that one can fight against 100 people of the same level. It's like a group of warriors of the 6th level, but the strongest one can defeat 100 ordinary people at the same time. Chunmeng's explanation made the barbarians' complexion change. One of the leaders said, "It seems that the world of the outsiders is indeed frightening. However, the world of our barbarian race is much simpler in comparison. It is already a heaven-defying existence for a barbarian to fight against 4 or 5 barbarians of the same level. I have never seen or heard of anyone fighting against more than 10 barbarians." The leader of the native race, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Leader Chunmeng, if we see an outsider, should we send someone to test him or—" The leader of the native race was only at the 8th level. In the world of the barbarian race, he was naturally the strongest of the strong. However, in the eyes of the outsiders, the physical strength of a mere 8th level was nothing compared to elemental energy. Therefore, in front of Chunmeng, the leader of the native race had to be humble. Without waiting for the leader to finish, Chunmeng waved his hand and said, "Send out the 8th level first. If it doesn't work, then I will go. If the opponent is weak, then he deserves to die. If he is strong enough, then we can go to the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range together." At this moment, the team was rushing toward the Black Tribe. They were all wolf riders, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest wolf rider was a 5th level warrior. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Chunmeng's face. What a confident guy. After releasing his spiritual thoughts, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. The other barbarians didn't understand, but after a few miles, they immediately understood what Chunmeng meant. At the end of everyone's line of sight, there was a person standing there. It was the figure of an outsider. Behind the outsider was the Black Tribe, and he was standing in front of the Black Tribe, facing the entire tribe's army. Everyone who saw the outsiders had a look of surprise on their faces. The team stopped a few hundred meters away from Zichin. "Outsider, you are the one who killed the people of the native race." After the team stopped, a wolf rider walked out from the back. He was riding a 6th level barbarian wolf, and he himself was a powerful 8th level warrior. Behind Zichin, many people of the Black Tribe appeared. When they saw the thousands of wolf riders, they were shocked. Under He-Ya's reprimand, many people retreated, while He-Ya hid in a hidden place and watched. "Yes, I killed them." Zichan raised his head and looked at the wolf rider in front of him. The 8th grade wolf rider coldly snorted and said, "You've got guts. You even dared to kill my people. Let me ask you again, the 2 7th grade warriors we sent to the Cloud Mountain Range, were they also killed by you?" "Yes, they were also killed by me." Zichin glanced at him and said coldly, "What? If you want revenge, then come at me. I also want to see what kind of person you are. You keep saying that you want to destroy other people's clans." Zichen's rude words angered the 8th level wolf rider. and the other native race members also showed anger. As for Chun Meng, who had joined the native race, he had a cold smile on his face. Die! The 8th level wolf rider held his sharp blade and rushed toward Zichen. Zichen's eyes became colder and colder as he stared at the barbarian wolf. In the next moment, a sharp golden light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and boundless killing intent surged out from his body. The barbarian wolf, who was rushing forward, felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if there was a peerless monster in front of it. In fear, its front legs began to bend, and it actually fell down. The barbarian wolf rolled on the ground a few times, his eyes filled with fear as he cried out. The 8th level warrior took advantage of the barbarian wolf's unstable body and jumped up, then landed firmly on the ground. After landing, the 8th level warrior ignored the barbarian wolf and rushed madly toward Zichen with a sharp blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. A bright golden light flashed around his body as dazzling as the sun. Pure ultimate Yuan energy also flowed around his body like golden water. Chun Meng, who was already sneering, felt the Yuan energy released by Zichen, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A mere early primal core stage cultivator. This kind of trash can be considered the weakest existence among the ancient road trial takers. I thought I could meet a worthy opponent, but it turned out to be a piece of trash. Wu Yu, who was beside him, said you can't call it trash. That's ultimate Yuan energy. The weakest among them is at least a sky-level warrior. Chun Meng's disdain deepened. A sky-level warrior? Is he that scary? As if he felt that his words were too pretentious, Chun Meng added, even if he's scary, he's still a sky-level warrior. Leader Chun Meng, is he not strong enough? Asked the leader of the two clan. Chun Meng sneered. According to the realm, he's not even a 4th level warrior. These words boosted the confidence of the two clans' leader. If he wasn't even a 4th level warrior, then he was indeed very weak. Even if he could fly, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat an 8th level warrior. Perhaps the 8th level warrior would be able to kill the outsider today. With this thought in mind, they once again looked at the battlefield. At this time, the 8th level warrior had already rushed in front of the outsider. He held a sharp blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on the outsider's head. Just as the whistling sound drifted over, the outsider also moved. He swiftly punched out with his fist, as his ultimate Yuan force circulated around his fist. The golden light was still as dazzling as before, but this punch actually contained an extremely tyrannical aura. As for the small figure of the outsider, it seemed that after this punch, he had become tall and sturdy. The fist that was wrapped in elemental energy collided with the blade that was chopping down. Under everyone's gaze, the light from the fist exploded, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the blade in the 8th level warrior's hand exploded as well. The blade shattered, and a strong force surged. The 8th level warrior was directly pushed back. There was an inexplicable shock on his face. The weapon that was specially made for him by the two clan was actually shattered just like that. The 8th level warrior was retreating, but at this moment he saw the human in front of him moving. He was walking towards him quickly. As he moved forward, there was a flash of golden light. In an instant, the human disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the 8th level warrior felt a sense of danger coming from the front. When the danger came, he didn't hesitate at all. He casually cast an 8th level berserker art. A strong force surged in his body, like a real beast emerging from his body. This was the sign of power leaving the body. Such a strong force was no weaker than an attack from a late primal core cultivator. Such a strong attack would not be at a disadvantage against a late primal core cultivator. However, against a sky martial artist like Zichen, it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, Zichen was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Under the surge of ultimate Yuan energy, Zichen punched out again. It was still the domineering fist. When this fist was thrown out, the golden light on Zichen's body seemed to dim. The only thing that was bright was the golden domineering fist aura. This resplendent punch directly collided with the attack of the level 8 warrior. Then there was another loud bang. And in the midst of the bang, the golden light of the fist directly shattered the attack of the level 8 warrior. It broke through the opponent's defense and bombarded the opponent's chest. The 8th level warrior's body flew backwards like an arrow. He flew a few hundred meters. When he landed heavily on the ground, he was already in front of the wolf riders. The 8th level warrior had been defeated in 2 attacks. The scene was dead silent. Only the 8th level warrior's occasional coughs and gasps could be heard. Everyone was in a state of complete shock. Even Chen Meng, who was previously disdainful, had a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 813. In the face of Zi Chen's disdainful mockery, the people of the Earth Tribe did not dare to say anything. The first strike had destroyed the weapon, and the second strike had forced the level 8 warrior to retreat. In just 2 strikes, the level 8 warrior had been defeated. Who would dare to fight back? Should they send more level 8 warriors? But it would be as simple as a few more strikes. It would be useless, no matter how many there were. This was what Qin Meng had said earlier about fighting 1 against 100. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among the outsiders. The appearance of such a powerful outsider was extremely unfair to the world of the barbarians. Behind Zi Qin, some of the people of the Black Tribe saw this scene and were overjoyed. Zi Qin had easily defeated the level 8 warrior, which meant that he was stronger than a level 8 warrior. He should be a level 9 warrior. Thinking that a level 9 warrior was protecting them, the people of the Black Tribe were naturally excited. A level 8 warrior with such little combat power. Yet you are still clamoring to annihilate other tribes. Aren't you afraid that you will be annihilated one day? Zi Chen's eyes became colder and colder as he looked ahead. In the face of such a blatant threat, the faces of the people of the Earth Tribe turned ugly. Even the leaders of the other tribes had unnatural expressions. The level 8 warrior did not die. He was only injured and carried away. Without elemental energy, he could not fly. However, he had an unusually strong body. This was the most precious thing that the world of the barbarians had given them. Therefore, the level 8 warrior was still alive after taking a blow from Zi Qin. If it were any other late-stage primal core cultivator, even if his body did not explode, he would not be able to survive after taking a blow from Zi Qin. The scene became silent. A group of wolf riders were intimidated by Zi Qin alone. They could not even hear the breathing of their savage wolves. The level 8 warrior's mount, the savage wolf, also ran away with its tail between its legs. The silence lasted for about 10 breaths. Finally, a cold snort came from the opposite side. Annihilation? How arrogant! You dare to threaten to annihilate other tribes after defeating a level 8 warrior? Who do you think you are? An outsider urged his barbaric wolf to walk forward step by step. With the protection of his elemental energy, the barbaric wolf walked very steadily. Zi Qin glanced at the outsider with a disdainful look on his face. He said, "We're all outsiders, so let's not talk about such useless things. If you want to fight, let's fight." "Ha, good. I like your straightforwardness. However, you're merely at the early primal core stage. Let's see what you have to fight me." As he spoke, the aura around Chen Meng's body began to surge. Violent energy swept out like a tidal wave. After that, he stepped on the back of the barbarian wolf and borrowed the force to soar into the air. At the same time, Zi Chen transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. The two of them rose into the air. Without saying anything, they turned into 2 beams of light and charged at each other. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks. Boom! Boom! Tremors continued to resound in the sky as violent energy surged. Large amounts of energy ripples began to spread out in all directions. The powerful energy shockwaves stirred the space and began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, and there were no obvious signs of defeat. He is actually on par with Qin Meng. Isn't he supposed to be on par with a level 4 warrior? Why is he so powerful? Seeing that the two of them were on par with each other in the sky, all the barbarians were stunned. Even Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is only at the early primal core stage, but he is actually on par with Chen Meng, who is at the late primal core stage. Such talent and battle prowess is indeed terrifying. Indeed, there is no weakling among those who have entered the ancient road. I cannot underestimate anyone. This person is probably stronger than me. In the sky, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Although they were not fighting to the death, they were still using their full strength. After a long time of not being able to determine the winner and the loser, Chen Meng's disdainful expression slowly turned serious. After another collision, the two of them instantly separated. They looked at each other with a distance of 100 meters between them. Your battle prowess is not bad. However, if that was your strongest attack, then I'm afraid you'll have to stay here today, Chen Meng said coldly. It's useless to say more. We will know who will stay after this battle. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After saying that, the two of them started to circulate their primal energies again. This time, when they were circulating their primal energies, the two of them clearly showed signs of forming hand seals. They were going to fight for real. You too, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not like you have a grudge against each other. There's no need to fight to the death. Wu Yu flew into the sky and tried to persuade the two of them to stop. On the ground, the barbarians who saw this scene already knew how to deal with it. The leader of the barbarians said to Zi-chan in the sky, "Outsider friend, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. This time, we are attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. We are here to kill the dragons, not to kill the barbarians." Zi-chen looked down at the leader of the barbarians and said sarcastically, "Oh, so according to you, I am purposely causing trouble for you?" "Of course not. It should be our people who have done something out of line and offended you. Since it is our fault, we will not tolerate it. Bring them over." After the leader of the barbarians said that, the wolf riders behind him brought over the dozen barbarians who had escaped to report the news. After stepping forward, the dozen barbarians were all forced to kneel on the ground. "These are the barbarians from last time. You can deal with them as you wish." The leader of the barbarians pointed at the dozen barbarians and said. Zi Chen frowned slightly. Seeing that Zi Chan was frowning and not saying anything, the leader of the barbarians' expression suddenly became cold. He shouted at the dozen barbarians, "Damn things, you dare to ruin the reputation of the barbarians outside. Such behavior deserves to be killed." The sharp blade flashed, and in the next moment, the dozen barbarians' heads were all chopped off. Zi Chen's brows relaxed, but he also looked deeply at the leader of the barbarians. The leader of the barbarians was not shallow. Since the barbarians had already died and apologized, he naturally dropped the matter. After that, the leader of the barbarians suggested that they join forces to enter the barbarian dragon mountain range. After that, the barbarians who were previously enemies sat down and started to discuss the matter of attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. The former enemies immediately became allies. It had to be said that humans were just so mysterious. "You want to attack the barbarian dragon mountain range? How much do you know about it?" Zichen asked. This was a small meeting, and the people who participated in it were almost all the experts of the barbarians' world. There were even 2 9th-level warriors among them. However, 9th-level warriors were at most at the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. They were not even at the peak of the inner core realm. Such people could shake the world in the barbarians' world, but in the outside world they were really nothing. Sky-level warriors of the same level could slaughter a group of them. Of course, if they could train their physical strength to Zi Chen's level, it would be a different story. However, if these barbarians were to be placed in the outside world, they would still be stronger than normal inner core realm warriors, because they mainly train their bodies. Their battle strength and vitality were both super strong. The leader of the barbarians said, "The reason why it is called the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is not baseless. In the memories passed down by our ancestors, there was a very detailed description of the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon is an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary strength. Moreover, they are born with the ability to fly. Other than the big birds, they are the only species in the barbarian's world that can fly. In the memories left by our ancestors, the barbarian dragon is the most valuable treasure for training the body. Using the blood of the barbarian dragon to refine the body will make the body 10 times stronger than normal warriors. Moreover, the barbarian dragon's body is full of treasures. In addition, there is a dragon crystal inside the barbarian dragon's body. This dragon crystal has extraordinary effects. One of them said that after swallowing the dragon crystal, barbarian warriors can reach the 11th level and be able to fly. Obviously, the others knew about this rumor, but they were only telling it to Zichen. After listening to it once, Zichen did not get any valuable clues, but it was time to go. Zichen, this is the 3rd and 8th ancient roads of my trial. I wonder how many are yours? Chen Meng suddenly asked when the group was leaving. Zichen glanced at Chen Meng and said, "My luck is better than yours. This is my 3rd ancient road." What? As soon as Zichen finished speaking, 2 people cried out in surprise. The 3rd one? How is that possible? Chen Meng and Wu Yu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Zichen smiled and said, "Maybe my luck is better, but it was also very dangerous when I first came here. I almost died." "Then what ancient road is yours?" Chen Meng asked again. First, Zichen did not hide it. Chen Meng's face was a little embarrassed, but he did not continue to ask. The group continued on their way, and they naturally bypassed the Black Tribe. The Black Tribe people all came out to see Zichen off. Zichen also stopped and said a few words to them. "You all stay here first. As for the migration, wait for me to come back." He nodded. His eyes were full of gratitude. While moving forward, the people of the Earth Tribe prepared wolf riders for Zichen, and the group began to speed up. It was worth mentioning that when they passed by the Raven Tribe, they happened to see the Raven Tribe people controlling barbarian wolves to train their soldiers. They were riding barbarian wolves of the Earth Tribe and holding Earth-made weapons. Regarding this, the leader of the Earth Tribe did not say anything, and even his face did not change. After Zichen greeted Wu Man, he went straight to the barbarian dragon mountain range. This time, such a large-scale invasion caused a lot of commotion. After arriving, all the savage beasts in the outer area fled in panic. These were all level 3 or 4 savage beasts, and as they went deeper, traces of level 5 or 6 savage beasts appeared. There were many savage beasts of this level in the barbarian dragon mountain range. Because all the level 7 and 8 savage beasts had retreated, they occupied this place, and when they saw the barbarians, they began to defend their territory. Battles began to occur frequently, but they were all settled by the wolf riders. Zichen and the rest did not need to do anything. Even if traces of level 7 savage beasts appeared during this period, there would naturally be someone to deal with them. Zichen and the group advanced in a straight line. For those who could not fly, a straight line meant less detours, and when it was necessary to cross mountains, they would still cross mountains. As they went deeper, the number of savage beasts they encountered increased. In the frequent battles, the number of wolf riders decreased. Fierce battles occurred almost every moment, but Zichen and the rest did not stop moving forward. The purpose of these wolf riders was to open a path for them. Chapter 8:14. By the time they reached the depths of the barbaric dragon mountain range, the wolf riders had already lost a third of their numbers. The loss of a few hundred allowed them to open up a path to the barbaric dragon mountain range. This was a magnificent feat that had never been done before in the history of the barbarian race. Reaching here, the wolf riders' mission was completed. Next, it was time for the warriors above level 8 to go deeper. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became more obvious. The level 8 warriors who were relaxed before became more and more serious. Chun Meng stood in the middle, while Zi Qin and Wu Yu stood on either side of him. The three outsiders took the lead while the two ninth-grade warriors followed behind them. Behind them were more than 30 eighth-grade warriors from the various factions. This kind of power was unprecedented in the barbarian race's world. According to the rules of the barbarian race's world, it is impossible to produce a mortal origin stage being, even if it is a barbaric dragon. So, as long as it is a core origin stage being, we can deal with it, Chen Meng suddenly said on the way forward. Everyone was under more and more pressure, so much so that no one answered Chen Meng. Seeing Chen Meng in a tense state, Zi Chen sneered and said, "That may not be true. Don't forget about the barbarian god." Chen Meng snorted and said sarcastically, "The barbarian god? How can you believe in such a legendary thing? You are a cultivator, but you actually believe in the barbarian god." "Why wouldn't I? The barbaric dragon is also a legend. Didn't we also believe in it? Besides, compared to the barbaric dragon, I believe in the barbarian god more because I've seen it with my own eyes." Everyone's gazes all looked towards Zi Qin. "Greetings, barbarian god." Chen Meng laughed and said, "Are you going to tell me that the barbarian god you saw is the barbarian god statue?" "Of course not. It is a living barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain Range." Zi Chen sneered and said, "Your fruits of power should be from the barbarian god statue. Mine is from the Cloud Mountain Range. The one who gave us the fruits of power was the barbarian god." Seeing that Zi Chen was not joking, everyone's expression changed. The level 9 warrior from the Earth race said, "Friend Zi Chen, this is not a joke." Zi Chen glanced at the 9th rank warrior and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking?" "If that's the case, then you've really seen the god of berserkers. What does he look like?" Curiosity appeared on the other people's faces. "It's almost the same as the one on the barbarian god statue, but the aura it emits is even more terrifying. Moreover, when it gives out the fruit of strength, the pressure it emits makes people unable to move." Zi Qin suddenly took a step back, then stepped forward again. "TSK, that's because you are weak," Chen Meng said. Zi Qin ignored Chen Meng and continued. "After distributing the fruits of strength, the barbarian god told us something important." "What news?" Everyone looked at Zi Qin. Even Chen Meng was eavesdropping. "Barbarian world, no more immeasurable fruits." Zi Qin imitated the god of berserker's tone. "What?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Who can prove what you said? Who can guarantee that you didn't make it up?" Disdain appeared on Chen Meng's face again. "Heya from the Black Clan and the 2 4th rank warriors from his clan can prove it for me. If there are any survivors from the Cloud Mountain Range, they can also prove it for me." "Nonsense. So what if there are no fruits of strength? What use does it have to us? What does it have to do with us?" Compared to Chen Meng's disdain, the barbarian's face was filled with shock. Zi Qin had actually seen the barbarian god, and the barbarian god had been protecting the barbarian world all this time. Zi Chen looked at Chen Meng with an inexplicable expression. A strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with the barbarian world. However, what I'm about to say is related to us." "What?" Everyone looked at Zi Chen again. "We seem to have come to a strange world. A strange world." "That's right. Look behind us. According to our speed, we can only walk a few miles at most. But where are the wolf riders behind us?" As soon as Zi Qin finished speaking, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. There was nothing behind them. The forest and the wolf riders were nowhere to be seen. Even the roars of the savage beasts could not be heard. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed. Chen Meng and Wu Yu's expressions also changed in an instant. Clearly, the two of them did not know when this had happened. Could it be that we have accidentally stepped into an illusion formation? Wu Yu, who had not sensed anything with his spiritual sense, asked, "There is no spiritual energy in this world. It is impossible for there to be an illusion formation," Zi Qin said. Chen Meng's hand flashed, and a gorgeous elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He did not know when he had been tricked. At this moment his face was full of vigilance. The others were also on high alert. However, the surroundings were empty. There was no movement at all. It did not seem like there was any danger. Among the group, only Zichen was relatively calm. Everyone looked at Zichen again. Chenmeng asked, "Do you know something? Or is this your doing?" Zichen looked at Chenmeng with a cold gaze. He said coldly, "If I wanted to kill you, I could do it in a matter of minutes. Why would I need to play tricks with you? Shameless boasting. Come and try." Chenmeng was enraged. He tightened his grip on his elixir weapon. The others quickly separated the two of them. This was the depths of Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. It was definitely not the time for internal strife. Chenmeng was still shouting loudly. Zichen said coldly, "Idiot, if you have the ability, then shout loudly and attract a powerful existence. I guarantee that the one who will die will be you." Chenmeng was naturally unconvinced. However, he did not dare to continue shouting. The others looked at Chenmeng with dissatisfaction. Chenmeng had been targeting Zichen the whole time. Now he was even more ignorant. Zichen moved his disdainful gaze away from Chenmeng. He said, "The possibility of this being an illusion formation is not high. Previously, I used my spiritual sense to check the surroundings. I discovered that the wolf riders behind us disappeared naturally. We should have unknowingly entered another world." "Another world? You are saying that we have entered a small world?" Wu Yu looked at Zichen. Zichen nodded. He said, "This is only my guess. However, we cannot go back the way we came. When I sensed that something was wrong, I tried to take a step back. However, I did not discover that the wolf riders had disappeared." Everyone's expression changed. They had already recalled that Zichen had indeed taken a step back for no reason. If it's a small world, there's naturally an exit. Furthermore, the exit is very likely deep inside. "From the looks of it, we have to continue going deeper," Wu Yu said. "Isn't that obvious? If we don't go deeper, are we going to return?" Chenmeng finally found an opportunity to speak. Since he could not mock Zichen, he switched to mocking Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled slightly and did not bicker with him. Everyone continued forward. As they advanced, they felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure made them feel vexed. Everyone was in a state of alert. Even Wu Yu took out his pill armament. Only Zichen remained relaxed. At that moment, not only was Zichen extremely relaxed, but he was also so excited that he wanted to laugh maniacally. In fact, he had been lying previously. He hadn't released his spiritual sense at all. Zichen wasn't crazy. Why would he probe the wolf riders for no reason? The reason why he knew that the wolf riders had vanished was because after Zichen took a step forward, he felt the perfect body circulation speed suddenly increase. Then Zichen, who had released his spiritual sense, sensed the wolf riders' disappearance and took a step back. The perfect body circulation speed increased as Zichen felt a summoning force. This was a summoning that belonged to the perfect body. Therefore, Zichen appeared extremely relaxed. As they went deeper, everyone sensed the vexing pressure. Zichen was extremely excited because this was a familiar pressure. It belonged to the perfect body. To be more specific, it belonged to the barbarian god. The barbarian god was very likely deep inside, and there was also a high chance that there was something here that could allow a perfect body to break through. Zichen's emotional changes were all hidden deep in his heart. No one could sense it. At most, they saw that Zichen was relatively relaxed. Chenmeng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He stared intently at Zichen and said, "Why do I feel that you are very smug? Do you know something?" "Chenmeng, that's enough." Wu Yu, who had always been kind, was finally enraged. As for the others, their expressions clearly turned ugly when they saw Chenmeng. The current Chenmeng was already detestable. "I can't say that I'm smug, but I'm not nervous either. I do have some guesses about this place." Zichen had an unfathomable expression as he said, This slightly familiar pressure makes me feel that this might be the barbarian god's habitat. The barbarian god's habitat. Everyone looked at each other. Didn't you say that the barbarian god was in the cloud mist mountain range? Chen Meng was also apprehensive. Zi Chen sneered. I said that the barbarian god appeared in the cloud mist mountain range, but I never said that the barbarian god was there. Regardless of whether the barbarian god was in the depths or not, everyone had to go deeper. As they went deeper, the pressure became stronger. As for Zichen, he felt the summoning of the perfect body become stronger. Now he was 100% certain that there was something related to the perfect body here. Perhaps the barbarian god was really here. After advancing for about dozens of kilometers, everyone reached the end. There was no path ahead. It's a barrier. The outsiders had seen such a scene before, so they weren't surprised. While on guard, everyone stepped onto the barrier. The barrier began to ripple like water. Then, a passageway appeared and everyone walked in. When everyone walked out and felt that they were stepping on solid ground, they heard a strange sound. The sound was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. In addition to the sound, everyone felt an even more terrifying pressure. Look, what are those? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. Everyone was standing above a large canyon. Below the canyon, there was a group of creatures that were dozens of meters long flying around the canyon. Chapter 8:15. What appeared in front of them was a group of gigantic creatures. Their bodies were like pythons dozens of meters long. They had 4 legs and were covered with green scales. The green scales emitted a dazzling green light. Their huge heads were majestic and ferocious. They did not have wings, but they could fly in the air. Seeing these strange creatures, all the barbarians were stunned. Zi Qin and the other 2 were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Dragon. What appeared in front of them was the totem of the human race, one of the most tyrannical creatures, a dragon. And it was not just one dragon, but a group of them. It's a dragon. Oh my God, a dragon, a group of dragons. How is this possible? Chen Meng could not help but exclaim, could it be that these are all azure dragons? Barbaric dragons. Could these be barbaric dragons? They can fly without wings. The barbarians' faces were also filled with shock. Compared to the shocked crowd, Zichen had seen the thunder dragon before. He was only shocked by the number of dragons. But besides the shock, Zichen found something wrong. The azure dragons below were different from the legendary azure dragon totem upon closer inspection. The azure dragon totem had 5 claws, representing 5 claws, but these green dragons had 4 claws. In addition, the azure dragon totem had 2 horns on its head, like the horns of a divine deer. It was very sacred, but the green dragons below had no horns. Some only had 1 horn, like the horn of a rhinoceros. It was sharp but not sacred. This should not be the azure dragon totem, but a kind of flood dragon. After discovering the difference, Zichen said, Flood dragon, it is indeed a flood dragon, but after transforming into this, it should be called a flood dragon. Wu Yu also came to his senses. His eyes were still filled with shock. Although they were not azure dragons, a group of flood dragons appeared in front of everyone. This kind of scene was extremely shocking. The valley below was very big. The flood dragons were circling around, so they did not immediately notice these uninvited guests. Everyone's eyes moved away from the flood dragons and looked down the valley. With a glance, everyone's expression changed again. In the center of the canyon, there was a tall altar. This altar was very similar to the altar under the statue of the barbarian god. However, there were veined patterns engraved on the altar. These veined patterns could be seen clearly even from a distance. At this moment, the runes were glowing, emitting a green light. This green light seemed to be materialized energy, and it was passing through the array and dispersing to the outside world. It was like some kind of spirit dispelling array. After the cyan light left the formation, it would turn into cyan chi that floated between heaven and earth. This cyan qi was extremely pure, as if it was a type of extremely pure spiritual qi. It also carried a unique sacred aura. With a roar, one of the flood dragons opened its mouth and sucked in a strand of green gas into its stomach. Then, the flood dragon revealed a satisfied expression and continued to circle in the canyon. Around the flood dragon's body flickered and flickered as if it was refining the strand of green gas that entered its stomach. This cyan qi was actually the energy source of the flood dragons. All of the flood dragons were circling around the altar. In addition, Zichen also found a larger, denser, and denser mass of cyan qi in the distance. This mass of cyan qi was constantly rippling, twisting, and rolling. There seemed to be living creatures in it. Just as everyone's eyes fell on the mass of cyan qi, they heard the roar of a flood dragon coming from the cyan qi. Then the boundless cyan qi surged, and a small gap appeared in it. Through the gap, everyone saw a relatively small flood dragon being nurtured. It seemed that the little flood dragon would be born soon. This cyan qi was not only the source of food for the flood dragons, but also their foundation for survival. This discovery made everyone's expression change instantly. Obviously, the cyan qi that could nurture a flood dragon was extraordinary. The cyan qi that escaped from the array could nurture such a tyrannical creature as a flood dragon, and it could even allow the flood dragons to survive and evolve. What was being decomposed in the array? Everyone's face was full of curiosity. Their eyes moved from the mass of cyan qi to the center of the altar, where the source of the array was. At first glance, everyone seemed to see a sun emitting cyan light. The dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes and look at it directly. With just a glance, the level 8 warrior could not help but scream. Then he closed his eyes and tears of blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. The level 9 warrior fared better, but the two of them could only see a mass of dazzling light. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Zichen and the other two outsiders who had spiritual thoughts could naturally see what was in the array. Not only could they see it, but they could also see it very clearly. In the middle of the array, in a state of decomposition, was a huge egg emitting a dazzling cyan light. The entire egg was surging with a sacred aura. However, this aura was blocked by the array and could not be released. They could only sense it through spiritual thoughts. An egg, a huge egg, it contains an extremely powerful and pure sacred aura. Could this be an egg of a dragon? This must be a dragon's egg. But why use an array to seal it and absorb its life force? Do they want it to be destroyed on purpose? The moment they saw the huge egg, the expressions of the two outsiders changed greatly. At this moment, greed appeared on their faces, not to mention whether this dragon egg could hatch an azure dragon. Just the sacred aura within the dragon egg was enough to make the two of them excited. There was no need for verbal communication. The two turned into cold lights in the blink of an eye and rushed toward the valley below. During this time, Zichen's expression was still relatively calm, but his heart was also filled with excitement. This situation was just like when Zichen found the giant egg where Longhu was in the ancient beast world. Zichen's reaction was slightly slower. The two of them had already flown out, but they only flew about 10 meters away from the valley before they fell in a straight line. With two loud bangs, the two of them smashed into the ground. Their faces were covered in dust as they struggled to get up. Above them, Zichen, who had sensed all this with his spiritual thoughts, had a slight change in expression. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Forbidden Sky Domain." The two of them fell in a straight line. The yuanli around them was still there, and it was not sealed. The only explanation for their fall was the Forbidden Sky Domain. After falling, the two of them quickly got up and ran towards the altar at top speed. All of a sudden, a series of hissing sounds rang out in the air. Those flood dragons that had been extremely leisurely before seemed to have gone mad in the next moment. They swooped down towards the two people below. Within their huge bodies, a powerful force surged, and then they attacked the two people ruthlessly. The two of them used their elixir weapons to block the attacks. However, the attacks from the flood dragons were extremely powerful. The two of them were constantly pushed back and away from the altar. Didn't you want to kill the dragons? Why aren't you coming down? Chun Meng, who was pushed back, shouted at the barbarians above him. At the same time, he channeled the Yuan Li in his body into his elixir weapon and slashed at one of the flood dragons. This attack contained Chun Meng's extraordinary strength. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with fear as it dodged to the side. Poof! The beam of light descended, and one of the flood dragon's dragon claws fell down. However, just as the dragon claws left its body, they dissipated with a bang, transforming into a stream of cyan qi that shot toward the altar. Then they were absorbed by the cyan egg within the altar. At this moment, the barbarians were all jumping down the valley and did not notice this. Only Zichen noticed it. Furthermore, he also noticed that after one of the dragon's claws was broken, there was no blood flowing out from its body. Furthermore, the green energy that had not been refined previously was converging towards the broken claw in the next moment. Within a short period of time, the dragon's broken claw was restored. Zichen saw this scene clearly from above, and his expression changed. It was a no-fly zone below. It was already difficult for the barbarians who could not fly to kill the flood dragon. However, they did not expect the flood dragon to be able to recover from its injuries. Furthermore, when the flood dragon flew in the air, no one could attack it. As a result, it could still attack after recovering from its injuries. All the flood dragons swooped down. Chun Meng and company were having a hard time fighting. They kept retreating and were unable to approach the altar. Zichen also jumped down the valley. As soon as he reached the valley, a flood dragon attacked Zichen. The powerful force surged, and the attack was rather powerful. Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. The domineering fist appeared again. Golden light flashed around his body as his perfect body released its suppression. Pow! This golden punch had some of the perfect body strength, but most of it came from Yuan Li. This punch was filled with a threatening aura. Zichen's original intention was to shatter the flood dragon's head, but the latter's reaction was extremely agile. It dodged instantly, causing the punch to explode at its neck. A huge hole instantly appeared in the flood dragon's neck. It let out a shrill cry before rising into the air in a bid to recover from its injuries. However, how could Zichen give it a chance? He exerted strength with his feet, and his body soared into the air like a cannonball. Then he threw a punch at the flood dragon's head. Boom! Zichen's sudden attack caused the flood dragon to panic. It let out a terrified cry, but it was unable to dodge and was struck. Just as Zichen's punch landed on the flood dragon's head, a dragon tail quickly swung over from the other side and ruthlessly struck half of Zichen's body. Zichen blasted the flood dragon apart with a single punch. On the other side, Zichen was also sent flying by the dragon tail. In the sky, the flood dragon's head exploded and instantly turned into a green gas. At the same time, the rest of its body dispersed and turned into endless green gas. At that moment, no one looked at the green gas. Instead, they looked at the spot where the flood dragon's head had exploded. They saw a ball emitting a resplendent green light quietly floating there. It was none other than the dragon crystal. Everyone's gaze landed on the dragon crystal. As for Zichen, no one looked at him. After being struck by the dragon's tail, he seemed to be severely injured, even if he didn't die. However, at the next moment, Zichen got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He was safe and sound. Chapter 8:16. Zichen stood up. No one was paying attention to him. Everyone's attention was on the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the main reason why everyone was here. Therefore, the next moment, they gave up on attacking and ran towards the dragon crystal. This included not only the barbarians, but also the two outsiders. At the same time, the flood dragons also flew towards the dragon crystal. It seemed that the dragon crystal was also very attractive to them. Bang! But before they could get close, cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon crystal. Then the cracks spread and intensified, and the dragon crystal exploded. Inside the exploded dragon crystal, there was a surge of green light energy. But soon, this energy surged toward the altar and was forcibly absorbed by the green light giant egg. Gone. Everything was gone. The dragon crystal was gone. It meant that their hope was gone. How could this be? All the barbarians' faces were filled with doubt, unwillingness, and disappointment. The flood dragon looked at the green egg with hatred. It was as if the egg had taken away everything that belonged to them. The two outsiders and Zi Chen's expressions were not as complicated. The dragon crystal was gone, but the dragon egg was enough. The battle started again. The barbarians were unwilling to give up. However, they did not think that every dragon crystal would disappear. Therefore, they fought again. In the midst of the fierce battle, the crowd realized that Zi Chen had entered the battlefield again. Furthermore, he was not injured in the slightest, and his attacks were still as sharp as ever. Seeing Zi Chen again, Chun Meng's expression became more serious. Obviously, his opponent was able to kill a flood dragon with his bare hands. In addition, his strong defense was enough to make him take him seriously. He knew that if he had taken such a powerful attack, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Since he was wary of Zi Chen, he was naturally on guard. While he was attacking, he also paid some attention to Zi Chen in case the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. In fact, it was not only Chun Meng. Even Wu Yu was wary of Zi Chen and Chun Meng at this moment. Zi Chen did not care. He would fight when it was time. After learning from Zi Chen's mistake, the barbarians attacked the flood dragon's head. However, they were not sure if they could hit the flood dragon's vital points. Pum! A LV-8 warrior was hit by the flood dragon and was sent flying. In the process of flying, all the bones in his body were shattered, making cracking sounds. After falling heavily to the ground, he never got up again. Boom! At the same time, another level 8 warrior was struck in the head by the dragon's claw. A powerful force surged, and the warrior's head was easily smashed like a watermelon. Among these flood dragons, the weakest was at level 8, and there were quite a number of them at level 9. With such a powerful combat force, the barbarians were unable to gain the upper hand at all. As soon as the battle began, the level 8 warriors were in a defensive state. Only the 2 level 9 warriors managed to kill the 2 flood dragons with their combined attacks. However, just like before, the flood dragons turned into green light and disappeared after they died. The dragon crystals that they needed would also explode in the next moment and turn into a torrent of energy that would be absorbed by the giant egg. How could this be? Why did the dragon crystal explode? There is indeed a dragon crystal, but it doesn't match the legends. Dragon crystals can't exist in this world. They will shatter the moment they appear. After expending so much effort to kill the flood dragons, they didn't get anything. The barbarians couldn't accept this fact. If they continued to fight, it would be meaningless. It would only cause more casualties. Therefore, the barbarians began to have thoughts of retreating. As for the green light that the outsiders wanted, they didn't expect to get it because the 3 outsiders were each stronger than the other. They knew that they wouldn't be able to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth unless the 3 of them killed each other and suffered heavy injuries. The barbarians were very disappointed. They wanted to retreat, but they suddenly realized that there was no exit at all. Moreover, under this no-fly zone, it was extremely unrealistic for them to jump up and reach the top of the canyon again. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? A level 8 warrior roared anxiously. Facing the continuous attacks of the flood dragons, it seemed that they couldn't hold on any longer. Without an exit, they only had 2 options. Either kill all the flood dragons or be killed by them. From the looks of it, even if everyone died, the flood dragons wouldn't die because unless the flood dragons were hit in the head, they would be able to recover on their own. No one knows where the exit is. Let's just kill. Kill all the flood dragons first. Chun Meng sneered. The elixir weapon in his hand emitted a cold light. He suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of the flood dragons like a bolt of lightning. The elixir weapon went straight for the flood dragons' heads. After killing one of the flood dragons, Chun Meng pulled out his elixir weapon and retreated, dodging the attacks of the flood dragons beside him. As more and more flood dragons died, the green light floating in the sky became less and less. Without the green light, the flood dragons would have no source of recovery. Just as the barbarians slowly gained a chance of winning, they realized that the other flood dragons suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards the biggest ball of green light. When they reached the ball of green light, they began to tear and devour the green light. Within the green light, the cries of their companions could be heard. However, the flood dragons didn't care at all until they ate the entire ball of green light. As for the unhatched flood dragons, they turned into green light and disappeared, never to appear again. In the blink of an eye, there was no more green light in the canyon. There were only 8 flood dragons left. These 8 flood dragons were extremely powerful level 9 flood dragons. As for the barbarians, more than half of the level 8 barbarians were dead or injured. 2 level 9 barbarians were also injured. After a short pause, the flood dragons swooped down and attacked again. This time, because they had swallowed a large ball of green light, the flood dragons' attacks were much more powerful. They were fighting with their lives on the line. Death happened in an instant. This time, it was accompanied by the deaths of even more barbarians. Zi Qin bore the brunt of the attack and killed a flood dragon. During this time, his attacks were neither strong nor weak. He killed more than 5 flood dragons. After Zi Qin killed the enemy, the other 2 barbarians also killed a flood dragon. The 3 barbarians looked at each other and then rushed towards the second flood dragon. The 3 barbarians faced another 3 flood dragons. However, this time, before Zi Qin could kill a flood dragon, he felt a strong sense of danger. Zi Qin smiled coldly. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. A golden fist light illuminated the sky as Zi Qin punched out, colliding with the incoming energy. With a loud bang, the energy was shattered by Zi Qin. After shattering the energy, Zi Qin coldly glanced at Chun Meng, whose face was filled with killing intent. Then a golden light flashed under his feet as he used his extreme speed step art. Zi Qin gave up on the flood dragons that were closing in on him and attacked Chun Meng. Just like the first time he met Chun Meng, Zi Qin didn't say much. This time he didn't say much. Die! Chun Meng shouted loudly. Zi Qin's strange speed had surprised him, but as someone who had come out of the first great ancient road, he was naturally not weak. He slashed down with his Dan force, and a light ray blocked Zi Qin's path. Zi Qin snorted and displayed his level 6 strength. The pressure that was comparable to the barbarian god reappeared. Zi Qin shattered the light ray with a punch. Then he flashed forward and continued to punch. Zi Qin used a level 6 berserker art for this punch. With the addition of a level 6 berserker art and the power of a level 6 berserker art, Zi Qin's attack was far more powerful than an attack that used elemental energy. An ear-piercing shriek sounded in the air. The void started to distort under Zi Qin's punch. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly wreaked havoc in the area. Chun Meng's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He took a step back and switched from attacking to defending. He was shocked that Zi Qin's combat power was so frightening. Bang! Another punch landed. Dazzling golden light shone, and Chun Meng was sent flying by Zi Qin. Chun Meng, who was sent flying, was not injured at all. However, the shock on his face was even more intense. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the excellent quality elixir weapon in his hand. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Chun Meng's near-supreme grade Dan force shattered with one strike. Zi Qin's body shone with golden light. His perfect body provided him with immense strength. The golden blood in his body flowed and produced a sound like waves. At that moment, Zi-Qin seemed to have become a god of war. His cold eyes swept towards Qinmeng as he enunciated each word clearly. "Today I will kill you." Not far away, the other barbarians were stunned. They looked at Zi-Chen in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a person's physical strength could be so powerful. At that moment, a level 9 flood dragon launched a sneak attack on Zi-Chen. Although it sensed danger from him, the sneak attack from behind gave it confidence. However, before its attack could reach him, Zi-Chen turned around and punched. The golden fist flashed, and the flood dragon's vision turned black. Before it died, it seemed to have heard a thunderous explosion. The level 9 flood dragon exploded, but Zi-Chen remained motionless. Furthermore, the light around the motionless Zi-Chen seemed to have dimmed significantly. But soon, the barbarians were shocked to discover that the extremely weak Zi-Qin had vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion rang out from the area where Qinmeng was standing. Qinmeng was sent flying a second time, but he still wasn't dead. His voice still echoed, "Wu Yu, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking?" There was a hint of fear in Qinmeng's voice. "Sorry, I don't wish to participate in your matters," Wu Yu said calmly. Then he took large strides back and held back a level 9 flood dragon. "Damn it, you despicable person. Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you after killing me?" Qinmeng cursed in exasperation. "I don't have any conflicts with Zi-Qin. Moreover, this is my 5th and 8th ancient roads. After I walk out of here, I will reach the human gathering place. It will be a long time before we meet again. Therefore, we are not enemies," Wu Yu said again. It wasn't clear whether he was talking to Qinmeng or Zi-Qin. "Despicable, truly despicable. You just promised me that you would kill him with me." This time, Wu Yu only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At that moment, the other flood dragons seemed to have gone crazy. They suddenly abandoned the outsiders and attacked the barbarians. Chapter 817. The level 9 flood dragon had gone berserk, and the barbarians were in imminent danger. The exit tunnel appeared the right time, and all the barbarians rushed towards it. This was a desperate attempt to escape. Along the way, the barbarians lost their lives under the flood dragon's sharp claws. However, they did not care. As long as they were still alive, as long as they had one breath left, they had to get out. As long as they could get out, they would never come back. Moreover, they had to spread the news so that no one from the barbarian world would ever come back again. The rumor about the flood dragon was just a lie. In just a few dozen meters, almost half of the barbarians had fallen. Swoosh! However, before they could escape, a figure that was even faster than them rushed into the tunnel. In a flash of light, the figure had already disappeared. The first to escape was the outsider Wu Yu. From the current situation, Qinmeng had undoubtedly kicked an iron board. He was afraid that after Zi-Chen killed Qinmeng, he would come to kill him. After all, there was always hostility between the outsiders. Therefore, he immediately escaped when the tunnel appeared. As for the so-called green light egg, Wu Yu did not even dream of getting it. The battle power that Zi-Chen had displayed had completely frightened him. He did not even have the slightest intention to fight for it. "Wu Yu, just you wait. I will kill you." Just before Wu Yu disappeared, Qinmeng let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, he coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. His entire body emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Qinmeng, who was emitting a blood-red light, moved at an extremely fast speed, dodging Zi-Chen's sure-kill attack in an instant. Qinmeng's sudden change was completely out of Zi-Chen's expectation. By the time Zi-Chen reacted and chased after him, Qinmeng had already reached the entrance of the tunnel and disappeared in a flash. However, wherever Qinmeng passed by, there was a large amount of blood mist left in the air. He must have used some kind of secret technique. In the blink of an eye, there were no traces of humans left. There were only a few flood dragons that had lost their target. These flood dragons seemed to be extremely afraid of Zi-Chen. They did not even attack Zi-Chen. Zi-Chun did not feel that it was a pity that Chun Meng had managed to escape under certain death. This was a lesson for him. In truth, just as Chun Meng had underestimated Zi-Chun, Zi-Chun had also underestimated Chun Meng. That was why he had been careless and allowed Chun Meng to escape. In fact, no one who had stepped onto the ancient road was weak, especially those who had dared to enter the first-class ancient road. If Zi-Chun had not relied on his perfect body, which was comparable to a mid-stage primal core cultivator, it would have been impossible for him to suppress Chun Meng to that extent. If you want to revive the dragons, you have to kill these flood dragons first. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Zi-Chun's sea of consciousness. Zi-Chun instantly became alert. He looked around and released his spiritual senses at the same time. However, he did not find anyone. "I'm here." The voice from before sounded again. This time, it was above Zi-Chun's head. Zi-Chun raised his head and saw an unfamiliar human man standing on top of an altar. He was only a little taller than Zi-Chun. Obviously, he was an outsider. Zi-Chun, who was already on high alert, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the man. Zi-Chun had not noticed the sudden appearance of an outsider. "Who are you? When did you come in?" Zi-Chun asked coldly. His spiritual senses kept scanning the man's body. However, he could not find any clues. The man was just like an ordinary person in the outside world. However, how could the man be an ordinary person if he could appear here without a sound? Zi-Chun's spiritual senses could not find anything. This could only mean that his spiritual senses were too weak. The man was definitely an unfathomable existence. At this moment, Zi-Chun actually had the urge to run away. "You can't leave. If you leave, the dragons will not be able to be reborn." The man on the altar seemed to have guessed what Zi-Chun was thinking. Zi-Chun stared at the man. He was still on high alert. "Haha, you're a cautious little guy." The man chuckled. Then the aura around him began to surge. It was an extremely powerful aura. Under this aura, Zi-Chun seemed to be fixed in place. He could not move his body. Zi-Chun's eyes instantly widened. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the familiar aura, he exclaimed, You're the barbarian god! If you want to catch up, then wait. Now, let's kill these annoying dragons first." As he spoke, the man withdrew his pressure. Zi-Chun could already move. Just as he could move, Zi-Chun found that the rest of the dragons had already closed in on him and were attacking him. Zi-Chun's expression became puzzled. However, he did not hesitate and attacked the dragons with all his might. In just a few attacks, all the dragons were killed. After the dragons died, their bodies and dragon crystals turned into endless green gas. They flew back to the green light egg and were completely absorbed. The man jumped down from the altar and looked at Zi-Chun with admiration in his eyes. "You're really the barbarian god." Zi-Chun looked at the man and sized him up. He had previously guessed that the barbarian god might be a human, but it was only a guess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. "What do you think?" The man smiled faintly. Zi-Chun's expression was uncertain. However, the perfect body in his body indicated that the man was an existence with the same constitution as him. It was also the man who summoned him. Time is of the essence. If you have any questions, ask them later. Now, let's break the array above first. The man pointed at the array above. "Why me?" Zi-Chun looked at the man, his heart filled with vigilance again. The man spread his hands and said, "If I could break it, I would have done it tens of thousands of years ago. It wouldn't be your turn." Zi-Chun was still puzzled. The man continued, "Haven't you noticed that my power can suppress you in an instant, but it can't suppress that damned flood dragon? I can suppress you to the point that you can't move, but the flood dragon can dive towards you. This involves some secrets. I'll tell you later. Now, hurry up and break the formation." Seeing that Zi-Chun was still indifferent, the man's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, "You don't have the right to refuse because I'll kill you with one slap." It'll be easier than you killing the dragon. Being threatened, Zichen had no choice but to walk up the altar. Because the passage was already closed, Zichen had no other choice. The man smiled faintly and said, "Be quick. Use your blood to break the seal." Zichen did as he was told and used his blood to break the seal. The altar began to tremble, and the array pattern that was emitting a green light slowly dimmed because of Zichen's blood. Not long after, cracks began to spread across the altar, and the array on the altar was destroyed. After destroying the array, Zichen walked down. The man was looking at him with a kind smile. "What's going on?" Zichen asked. He could tell that the man didn't have any ill intentions. "Are you asking me why I'm here, or why it's here?" The man pointed at himself and then at the egg. "Both." A bitter smile appeared on the man's face, and he said, "I appeared here because I made a low-level mistake and was sent to guard the ancient path. As for it, it originally came from here, but it was also banished because it made a low-level mistake. However, it was more unlucky than me, and was directly killed by someone. Although it was reborn through nirvana, it was sealed. If you had come 10,000 years later, it probably would have never been able to come out of this world. Guarding the ancient road? Mistakes? What are you talking about?" Zichen looked confused. "When you entered the ancient road of the strongest ancient road, you should have seen the ancient road guardians, right?" "Of course I saw them. They're a bunch of people who use their position for personal gain." Thinking of the ancient road guardians, Zichen clenched his teeth. A strange smile appeared on the man's face. He didn't say much and directly said, "Let me tell you this. Originally, my rank was even higher than the ancient road guardians. However, because I offended a certain existence, I was demoted. I just happened to know about the situation with the barbaric dragon, so I took the initiative to come here." Zichen's eyes were wide open as he stared at the young man and said, "What did you just say? You're at the same level as the protectors of the ancient road? In other words, you're a cultivator of the human origin layer." Zichen's shocked expression made the man feel a bit proud. He proudly said, "Of course. Since you're a mortal Yuan expert, who would dare demote you? Who could demote you?" Zichen was still shocked. The ancient path is the most mysterious place in the entire Martial Heaven continent. It's also a place where experts gather, let alone a lowly person in the origin realm. Even someone stronger would be demoted. However, I was demoted because I offended some higher-ups. A higher-up? Of course, as long as there are people, there will be disputes. The ancient road is no exception. In fact, it's even worse. However, you're too weak, so it's useless to tell you." The man didn't seem to want to say more. Zichen also didn't want to ask. He hated power struggles and killing each other. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, "Why hasn't the barbaric dragon been born yet? Furthermore, there are no signs of it coming out. Could it be that it's already dead?" Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The man suddenly looked at Zichen and asked, "When you broke the formation, did you use your life essence blood to awaken the barbaric dragon?" Facing the man's question, Zichen said, "You didn't tell me. How would I know?" "Idiot! The barbaric dragon belongs to the body cultivator faction. It has been sealed for so many years that most of its memories have been erased. Its power has also greatly weakened. How could it come out on its own? Hurry up and use your life essence blood to awaken it." Zichen was helpless. He could only continue walking up the altar. He then forced out his life essence blood and smeared it on the cyan egg. As soon as the golden life essence blood touched the cyan egg, it immediately disappeared and was absorbed. Several drops of life essence blood were quickly absorbed. This absorption speed startled Zichen. This is the barbaric dragon of the body cultivator faction. It's one of the true dragon totems. Its power is unfathomable. You think you can awaken it with just a few drops of life essence blood? Who do you think you are? God. Is your life essence blood divine? Hearing the man's flustered and exasperated voice, Zichen could only place his entire hand on the cyan egg. Chapter 8:18. Zichen's normally rosy complexion turned pale in the next moment. Under the crazy devouring of the giant egg, both his blood essence and normal blood were rapidly draining away. Zichen's blood essence was almost instantly devoured by half. However, this was not the end, but the beginning. The blood in Zichen's body flowed out at a crazy speed. Zichen's face was filled with panic. He tried to break free, but it was as if the hand was a part of his body. He could not shake it off at all. He could only watch as he was sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, half of his blood essence was gone. Not even a quarter of Zichen's blood was left. Just as the blood in Zichen's body was about to be sucked dry, and Zichen's life essence was about to be sucked dry, the giant cyan egg finally gave up and slowly let go of Zichen. Zichen no longer had the strength to stand, and he sat down on the ground. His entire body was limp, and his face revealed an expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. The man rushed forward and brought the weak Zichen down. "Here, quickly swallow this to recover." The man handed Zichen an object. It was shining brightly. It was the fruit of strength. Zichen took it and weakly swallowed it. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The fruit of strength entered his body and quickly replenished Zichen's lost blood and strength. The man beside him watched quietly and did not disturb him. On the broken altar, after absorbing Zichen's blood essence, the giant green egg finally showed a trace of vitality. One fruit of strength allowed Zichen to fully recover his strength. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the man with dissatisfaction. He had almost died just now. The man's eyes were filled with admiration. He praised, as expected of a perfect body cultivator, "This power is really strong. If it was anyone else, they would have been sucked dry. You want to harm me? If I was an ordinary person, I would have died long ago." Zichen glared at him to express his anger. The man laughed and said, "If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. You wouldn't have the qualifications to accept my 10 fruits of strength." The man's words proved that he was the barbarian god. Zichen looked at him. "You've planned this all along." The man shook his head and smiled faintly. "It can't be considered a scheme. I've just been waiting for the perfect physique cultivators to arrive. So many years have passed, and I haven't met a single one. I thought that something had happened to the starting ground and that it had become foul. Fortunately, you came. It seems that the starting ground is still considered a pure land that hasn't been polluted." "What do you mean?" Zichen was puzzled. The man said, "This is the ultimate path of perfect body cultivators, but you have to enter from the ancient road of the strongest trial. You should be from there, right?" Zichen nodded. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "I was tricked by them. Otherwise, I would have entered the first-grade ancient path." A strange expression appeared on the man's face again. "What kind of place do you think the ancient road of the strongest trial is? Do you think that anyone can enter? Stop dreaming. If you don't have the strongest talent, no one will let you enter. If they tricked you, they would have sent you to the first-grade ancient path. If you entered the first-grade ancient path as a perfect body cultivator, you would have missed this place. That would be your greatest loss. What's going on?" Zichen looked at the man in confusion. "The true purpose of the ancient road of the strongest trial is to nurture peerless experts. Anyone who comes out alive from the ancient road of the strongest trial is an existence that can shake the entire martial sky continent in the future. Among the numerous ancient roads, only the 2 most ancient roads can nurture such experts. One is the strongest ancient road, which is the one you entered. The other is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road, which is the 9th grade ancient road." "What, the 9th grade ancient road? You mean the one with the greatest chance of survival? That place can nurture peerless experts?" Zi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed the man when he said that the strongest ancient road could nurture peerless experts. But he also included the ninth grade ancient road. That was something he didn't agree with. The ninth grade ancient road and the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial were naturally formed. No one knows their origins. Or perhaps it could be said that the history of these two ancient roads is as long as the Martial Sky continent. The ninth grade ancient road is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road of the strongest trial. When it opens on its own, it will release an unfathomable energy. If it doesn't open on its own, then the ninth grade ancient road is naturally the weakest. However, as far as I know, the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial has opened many times. But the ninth grade ancient road of the strongest trial has never opened. As for the first and eighth grade ancient roads, they were artificially created later on. They are the training grounds of the Martial Sky continent's experts. What the man told Zi Chen was clearly the secrets of the ancient road. When Zi Chen heard this, he was incomparably shocked. The ancient road that had appeared on its own was already strange. But to be able to create it, it was naturally even more extraordinary. I have two friends who also entered the ancient road of the strongest like me. However, we're not in the same place. Could it be that the ancient road of the strongest isn't just a single ancient road, but many? Zi Chen asked in puzzlement. Ordinary people can't enter the ancient road of the strongest trial. Everyone who enters has their own ancient road that is suitable for them. It's normal that you haven't met them. For example, this place is extremely suitable for perfect physique cultivators. There are also perfect physique cultivators techniques, but it might not be suitable for your friend. You're saying that they'll also find a suitable training ground for them. One of them is a monk, and the other is a sky-rending battle ape. Do you know which two heavens they'll be on? Zi Chen asked, his face filled with anticipation. The man looked at Zi Chen with a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't answer. Why aren't you saying anything? This involves some secrets that can't be revealed. There's only the two of us here. What's there that can't be said? Besides, you've already offended someone and been demoted. Are you still afraid of secrets being revealed? The man thought about it seriously, but he still didn't tell Zi Chen. He only faintly muttered, I remember that there really is a monk in a certain place. Moreover, there's also a place where many outsiders have died. At this point, the man didn't say anything else. Zi Chen already felt relieved. As expected, the other two ancient roads were extremely suitable for the monk and the devil ape. As for entering the ancient road of the strongest trial, it was also deliberately arranged by the guardians of the ancient road of the strongest trial. However, Zi Chen couldn't understand why they had put on a double act. After the dragon egg swallowed the blood essence, it didn't hatch immediately. Although the vitality inside was rich, it needed to awaken on its own. It needed to wait patiently. Moreover, the man clearly told him that once the dragon hatched, Zi Chen could bring it away and explore the ancient road of the strongest trial. After that, the man told Zi Chen some information about the ancient road. These were all true secrets. Although they weren't confidential, they benefited Zi Chen a lot. For example, the man clearly told Zi Chen what the body cultivator lineage was. The body cultivator lineage referred to the body cultivator lineage. The strongest physique of this lineage was the perfect body. Zi Chen also asked an extremely important question. When the perfect body is cultivated to the extreme, it can evolve into the fruit of strength. The man answered seriously, Of course, the fruit of strength is the inheritance power of the perfect body cultivator. Without the fruit of strength, it's almost impossible for the perfect body cultivator to reach the perfect trial. Zi Chen looked at the man again and asked expectantly, Can the fruit of strength be evolved in the mortal origin realm? Mortal origin realm? How is that possible? The man curled his lips and said, Not to mention the mortal origin realm, even the earth origin realm, which is stronger than the mortal origin realm, might not have this ability. As for whether the Heaven Origin realm can evolve it, I don't know. It was also the first time Zichen knew that there were two realms after the mortal origin realm. After the core realm were the Heaven realm and the mortal realm. As for whether the immortal realm was after the Heaven realm, Zichen didn't know and didn't ask. Right now, he wasn't even in the mortal origin realm, so there was no need for him to know so many illusory realms. If you can't condense the fruit of strength, where did your fruit of strength come from? Zichen asked doubtfully. You said these. The man stretched out his hand, and several fruits of strength appeared in his hand. Some of these were left behind by the barbarian god. The others were condensed by me by borrowing some of the rule power and the power of the mortal origin realm. Seeing the man casually take out a handful of fruits of strength, Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He asked in shock, borrowing the rule power? You can actually borrow the rule power? This is unbelievable. However, I think it's very difficult to condense the fruit of strength with the rule power. How is that possible? I just casually took one. The man didn't seem to care about the fruit of strength at all. Is that so? Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Since you can casually take one, why don't you wave your hand a few more times and give me more? Your power has reached a bottleneck. You need luck to break through. It's useless to give you more. The man curled his lips. I don't expect to break through. Can't I use it to recover my power? Also, it's useless to me, but it should be useful to my friends. If I have the chance to meet them, I'll give it to them. Zichen said. The man looked at Zichen. You're giving my things to them. Zichen also looked at the man and said, You can take out one with a wave of your hand. It's not like you'll lose anything. What's there to be afraid of if you give me more? Moreover, you said that after the Torvosaurus is born, its strength won't be very strong. I still have to protect it. But as far as I know, you already have a lot of little devil wine that can help you recover your power. The man said. Zichen's face was dejected as he said, Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I was cheated in the starting ground. Most of my resources are gone. I want these fruits of strength because I want to exchange them for resources. You came out from the ancient road, so you should know how dangerous it is if you don't have any resources and can't replenish your energy. The man seemed to be moved by Zichen's words and sank into his memories. After a while he nodded and said, Yes, that's indeed the case. Since that's the case, I'll give you more fruits of strength. The man wasn't stingy and directly gave Zichen dozens of fruits of strength. Zichen received them and was immediately overjoyed. There were actually 50 fruits of strength. 50 fruits of strength. Zichen was delighted, but he still wanted to be happy. He looked at the man again. Chapter 819. When Zichen heard that he was going to bleed again, he staggered and almost fell. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Oh no! I forgot something important. You have to let me leave now. The man looked at Zichen mockingly and asked, What is it? I almost killed Qinmeng. That bastard is very cunning. I am afraid that he will harm the ravens and the black race. I have to go back and kill him. Zichen looked anxious. The man's face was still full of mockery. I think you are the cunning one. You want to take the fruit and run away. Ha! Do you think I am easy to fool? How can I? I can leave the fruit and come back after I kill Qinmeng. Zichen was about to put down the fruit to show his sincerity. The man waved his hand and laughed mockingly. That won't be necessary. All right then, let me go quickly, Zichen urged, immediately putting away the fruit of strength. The man smiled. I mean, you don't have to go. Those two outsiders have already left this world. What, left? When did they leave? Zichen was confused. When they stepped on the passage. The exit is on the other side. Those two rank 9 warriors went to train. The man's words completely dispelled Zichen's idea of leaving. The rank 9 warriors and the outsiders had left. As for the rank 8 warriors of the Earth race, they did not dare to cause trouble for the two races. At least, They would not dare to do anything until they heard that he had left. Without a reason to leave, Chen could only continue to bleed. This time it was the same as last time. He did not stop until he had used up all of his essence blood and needed his own essence blood. Afterwards, the weakened Chen had to refine the fruit of strength to recover. While he was recovering, the man also told Chen about the matters of the ancient road. After Chen's essence blood was fully recovered, everything went back to normal. The first 2 times, Chen had been extremely unwilling. However, when the essence blood energy in his body was replenished for the 3rd time, Chen suddenly realized that the bottleneck of his power at the peak of the 6th level seemed to have loosened a little. This discovery obviously made Chen feel energized. Unfortunately, the barbaric dragon no longer needed it. Just like the birth of Longhu back then, the birth of the barbaric dragon caused quite a commotion. Glaring green light filled the entire world as a dense and viscous divine aura permeated the air, after which the eggshell that was formed from energy instantly shattered and turned into pure energy that was devoured by the barbaric dragon that broke out of the eggshell. This was a dragon with a length of nearly 10 meters. It was as thick as a barbarian's bowl. Its whole body was covered with shining green scales. It had a majestic dragon head, long dragon whiskers, a pair of divine deer horns, and 5 claws. It was just like the legendary totem of the Azure Dragon. The barbaric dragon that was born roared towards the sky. Its loud and clear dragon roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. It has finally appeared. Seeing the Torvosaurus, the man's eyes flickered with excitement. Because it had absorbed his essence blood, the Torvosaurus was not much different from Longhu. As soon as it was born, Chen could sense its soul aura. Moreover, their souls were already connected. When the Torvosaurus looked at Chen, it was filled with intimacy. With the birth of the Torvosaurus, the restrictive spell collapsed instantly. The forbidden sky domain disappeared, and the small world disappeared. 2 people and 1 dragon appeared in the depths of the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. The forest here was lush, and ancient trees towered into the sky. The aura of the Torvosaurus was released. The aura that belonged to a superior being made all the savage beasts tremble from the bottom of their souls. Their bodies prostrated and trembled. Seeing the Torvosaurus soaring in the sky, the man let out a sigh of relief. It has finally appeared. It has also fulfilled one of my wishes. Hearing this, Chen felt something was wrong and asked, "Don't tell me you want to leave." With the birth of the Torvosaurus, there is no meaning for me to stay here. It is time for me to leave. Weren't you demoted? Don't tell me you can still leave. Chen looked at the man in confusion. The man pointed at the Torvosaurus and said, "This can be considered as a merit. The merits offset the demerits. I can return now. Then what will happen to the barbarian world when you return? You are the barbarian god. You have already completed the trial. There is no need for the barbarian god here. Furthermore, I am not the barbarian god. The real barbarian god has long since left the barbarian world." Chen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man. "What? We have only known each other for a few days. You don't even know my name, and you are already unwilling to let me go?" Chen revealed an awkward expression and said, "My name is Chen. May I know?" Chen didn't know how to address the other party. Should he call him Barbarian God or Senior? "You should just call me Barbarian God. I feel that this name suits me very well." The Barbarian God smiled. Chen felt disdain in his heart, but he didn't reveal it. "Senior Barbarian God, since you are going to leave, the fruits of strength are useless to you. Why don't you make more of them for me? Give me more, so that I can feed this Torvosaurus in my free time. If there is a chance to meet again, you will be able to see a white and fat Torvosaurus, right?" The Barbarian God laughed. Good, Chen. "So the reason you are unwilling to let me go is because you want the fruits of strength." Chen smiled awkwardly. "I can give you the fruits of strength, But does this count as you owing me a favor? Asked the barbarian god. Yes, of course it counts. It counts as a big favor. Zi Qin didn't have the slightest idea of the use of his favor. Haha, good. I, the barbarian god, will remember this big favor. If there is a chance, I will definitely find you to return the favor. Now, I will give you the fruits of strength. The barbarian god waved his sleeve, and numerous shining fruits of strength appeared. They were densely packed and fell from the sky like raindrops. Seeing so many fruits of strength, Zi Qin was completely stunned. With a rough count, there were more than 1,000 of them. Goodbye, Zi Qin. I look forward to our next meeting. The barbarian god's figure slowly disappeared. Right, you have to be careful. Don't be careless and don't die. With that, everyone dispersed. Zi Qin put away these fruits of strength. His heart was filled with joy, as if flowers had bloomed many times over. Little did he know that the barbarian god who disappeared was also very happy. He used the useless fruits of strength to gain a favor from a pure body cultivator. This was a good deal. After the barbarian god disappeared, Zi Qin also prepared to leave. He called the Torvosaurus over and flashed onto its back. At this moment, Zi Qin treated himself as a dragon knight. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. A black dot fell from the sky with the speed of a cannonball, causing Zi Qin's expression to change. The Torvosaurus carried Zi Qin and flashed, dodging the black dot's attack. The black dot smashed into the ground and exploded. Then, a bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. Zi Qin and the Torvosaurus hid in the distance and looked at the black hole in puzzlement. After a moment, 2 hands stretched out from the black hole, and then a human head appeared. Zi Qin's face was filled with surprise. He didn't expect the barbarian god to appear again. He asked doubtfully, "Barbarian god, didn't you leave after your merits offset your faults? Why are you back? Moreover, you want to sneak attack me?" "Bah! Why would I need to sneak attack you?" Hearing Zi Qin's ridicule, the barbarian god was furious. "It's all your fault. Otherwise, I would have left." "Me? What does it have to do with me? I'll give you something. It's because he delayed my departure." The barbarian god pointed at Zi Qin. When his finger landed, a shining golden ball appeared in his hand. This ball directly flew towards Zi Qin. "What is this? A fruit of strength?" Zi Qin had a look of curiosity. "Goodbye, no, never again. No, you still owe me a favor. We'll meet again someday." The barbarian god soared into the sky and left with his tattered clothes. This time he left completely. Zi Qin didn't send him off. He didn't even greet him. At that moment, after Zi Qin caught the golden ball, it was as though he had been immobilized. The golden ball entered Zi Qin's sea of consciousness and transformed into a tall figure in Zi Qin's sea of consciousness. This figure was evolving a strength-based combat skill. This was an extremely complicated, strength-based combat skill. Even though Zi Qin was extraordinarily talented and had the divine power of the Lightning Youth, he couldn't immediately comprehend this strength-based combat skill. After carefully studying and sensing it, Zi Qin knew that this was an offensive skill that was specially created for perfect bodies. It was unique to perfect bodies. If one had to assign a grade to it, it would be at least level 10 or above. Seeing Zi Qin endlessly studying it, the Torvosaurus placed Zi Qin on the ground and quietly guarded him. As for Zi Qin, it took him a total of 10 days to comprehend it. In these 10 days and nights, Zi Qin had only comprehended a small portion of this strength-type battle skill. However, just scratching the surface allowed Zi Qin to feel his strength increase by several folds. This feeling was similar to using elemental energy to execute the Lightning Clan's combat skill. 10 days later, Zi Qin opened his eyes and saw the Torvosaurus staring at him with its eyes wide open. Zi Qin smiled and gently patted the Torvosaurus' head. Following that, a man and a dragon soared into the sky and headed towards the outer region. Everywhere they passed, beasts would submit and prostrate themselves in respect. Zi Chen didn't immediately leave the Torvosaurus mountain range. Instead, he went to look for the savage beasts that had left earlier. The storm had passed, and these savage beasts should have returned. When these savage beasts saw the Torvosaurus and felt its terrifying aura, they were all terrified to the extreme. Following that, they all gathered together according to Zi Chen's instructions. Zi Chen waved his sleeve, and two places appeared in the air like a mirror. One was the Wood Clan, and the other was the Raven Clan. Zi Chen pointed at the two places and said, "Soon the people from these two places will gather together. If there is any danger, you will all help after receiving the signal. I don't need you to help me multiple times. Just one time will be enough." With the Torvosaurus on the side, no savage beast dared to refuse. They all nodded. Following that, Zi Chen gave each savage beast a jade pendant. He stated that if the jade pendant broke, it meant that the two clans were in trouble. Seeing the savage beasts accept the jade pendants, Zi Chen sat on the Torvosaurus and headed towards the outer region. Zi Chen first went to the Raven Clan. When Zi Chen didn't return, the Raven Clan were worried sick. However, when they saw Zi Chen riding the Torvosaurus, they were all stunned. "Hey, you just happened to be in the Raven Clan." When he saw the Torvosaurus, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Moreover, the moment the Torvosaurus appeared, all the savage beasts in the clan went into a prostrating state. Chapter 820. The dragon descended from the sky and spread its aura. All the beasts retreated, including the barbarian tiger. "Leader Zi Chen, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. The two race and the other clans have already returned." Wu Man went up to greet him. It was not difficult to see the joy on the other's face, but there was also a trace of uncontrollable shock. "The barbarians didn't come looking for trouble, right?" Zi Chen asked. The dragon flew to the side and scared the other beasts away. Wu Man shook his head and said, "No, they took the initiative to take a detour when they were still some distance away from us." Zi Chen nodded and said, "I'm done here. I'll leave soon. But before that, tell the Black Tribe to move here." "You're leaving?" When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became gloomy. Although they had long known that such a day would come, it had come too quickly. The outsiders don't belong to this world, and this world doesn't belong to the outsiders. The other two have already left. "I should leave too," Zi Chen said. The cheerful atmosphere turned gloomy. Haya knew that his persuasion was useless, so he stopped and asked, "Do you want to move now? I'll go back and tell them." "You come with me. You don't need to move. Just gather everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen brought Haya and flew in the direction of the Black Clan. For Zi Chen, who could fly, 100 miles was not far, so he left the barbaric dragon there. The dragon was left there. It attracted the attention of many barbarians from the Black Tribe. They were all shocked. He didn't need to deliberately increase his speed to cover a distance of more than 100 miles. Zi Chen arrived in less than a minute. Such extreme speed made Heya's eyes widen in amazement. After arriving, Zi Chen put Heya down and asked him to gather all the barbarians. "Call all the barbarians back. Then stay in your rooms. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out." Heya did as he was told by Zi Chen. About half an hour later, all the people from the Black Tribe were called back. They followed Zi Chen's instructions and returned to their rooms. At this moment, only Blackcliff and Zi Chen were left outside of the Black Tribe. Light flashed in Zi Chen's hand, and the purple gold gourd appeared. As the lid of the gourd was opened, an illusory light was released. Zi Chen held the bottom of the gourd with his right hand, with the mouth of the gourd facing down. With the activation of his spiritual thoughts, the psychedelic light from the mouth of the gourd suddenly grew larger and longer until it completely covered the stone house. Under Blackcliff's shocked gaze, Zi Chen shouted, "Collect!" Amid the rumbling sound, the stone house and its foundation left the inside and flew toward the purple gold gourd. As it flew, The stone house became smaller until it entered the purple-gold gourd. Such a big stone house was taken away by a small gourd just like that. Black Cliff was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Just like that, Zi-Chen collected the stone houses one by one. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. When the thousands of houses of the Black Clan had been collected, Heya discovered that the purple-gold gourd was still as big as before. There was no change at all. Follow me. After taking away all the stone houses, the Black tribe's territory was now empty. Zi-Chen pulled Black Cliff, who was almost petrified, back to the Raven tribe. A few miles away from the Raven tribe, Zi-Chen released the stone houses in the area reserved for the Black tribe. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the stone houses fell down and their foundations drilled deep into the ground. This rumbling sound was comparable to an earthquake. It startled the Raven tribe barbarians. When they came to see Zi-Chen pouring out so many stone houses from a small gourd, they were all stunned. The Black tribe's relocation took less than a day. When the Black tribe received the signal, they walked out of their houses with faces full of amazement. To them, this was a miracle that was worth spreading for generations to come. The Black tribe moved a few miles away from the Raven tribe. Under Zi-Chen's witness, the Black tribe and the Raven tribe became the most sincere allies. That night, everyone sang and danced, ate large pieces of meat, drank freely and indulged. Zi-Chen only let the two tribes form an alliance, but did not merge. This was a very deep meaning. Wu Man and Heya understood, so they did not ask much. The next day, Zi-Chen called Heya and Wu Man and gave each of them a token. What is this? The two of them overindulged last night, so their spirits were not very good. When they received the token, their faces were full of confusion. This is a life-saving thing. It can only be used once. Remember, unless the tribe is facing a life and death situation, do not use it. Zi-Chen warned them and then told them the truth. What? There is an army of savage beasts coming to help. After hearing Zi-Chen's words, the two of them were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Zi-Chen had already found a group of savage beast allies for them without anyone noticing. After telling them everything, Zi-Chen said that he would leave in a few days. The two chiefs said that they would like to see Zi-Chen off, but Zi-Chen refused. On the third day before dawn, Zi-Chen left the room. As if they knew that Zi-Chen was leaving, Manhu and Manyo were already waiting outside. Zi-Chen gently patted their heads and strode to the open space. The sleeping Torvosaurus had already opened its eyes. Right after Zi-Chen stepped on its back, it soared into the sky. The dragon soared into the sky and quietly left, just as Zi-Chen's figure disappeared from the horizon. All the barbarians of the two tribes came out of their rooms and looked in the direction where Zi-Chen disappeared. They silently wished him a safe journey. Zi-Chen signaled the dragon to go in a straight line. On the same day, many barbarians of the two tribes saw an outsider leaving on the dragon's back. Just as the sky brightened up, Zi-Chen arrived at the depths of the region. From afar, he could already see the tall statue of the god of berserkers that represented the god of berserkers' true form. Compared to the other statues, the pressure emanating from this one was indeed much stronger. Moreover, about 100 meters away from the barbarian god statue, Zi-Chen saw a large stone house. He spread out his spiritual sense and felt a dangerous aura from the stone house. When Zi-Chen approached, an old man came out of the stone house. The old man raised his head and saw Zi-Chen, then he saw the dragon. His eyes were filled with surprise. Zi-Chen looked at the old man indifferently. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. Just a few miles away from the statue of the true god was the territory of the Earth race. Zi-Chen's figure on the dragon was naturally seen by the group of Earth race people. Apart from being shocked, other expressions also changed on their faces. The leader of the barbarians who was lucky enough to survive saw the scene of Zi-Chen leaving. His eyes instantly turned cold. With a loud dragon roar, Zi-Chen and the dragon entered the passage and left the barbarian world. They entered the fourth ancient road. Zi-Chen had already bid farewell to this place. What would happen in the barbarian world in the future had nothing to do with Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen didn't know if the Black Tribe and Raven Tribe would rise again. However, if the barbarians dared to attack these two tribes, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The number one tribe in the barbarian world would also change. In the fourth ancient road, there was still no Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Here, Zi-Chen's Yuanli would decrease every time he used it. If he wanted to recover, he could only rely on Yuan stones or Yuan liquid. As soon as Zi-Chen and the dragon arrived, they encountered a crazy attack. This was an unknown beast with a very strong combat power. It attacked the human and dragon together. In this ancient road, Zi-Chen was surrounded and attacked crazily. After killing one of the beasts, Zi-Chen found a crystal stone in its body. It was like a Yao Dan that could replenish some energy. In the first ancient road, Zi-Chen only faced one powerful existence. The second ancient road was also to defeat them one by one. The third ancient road was related to the growth of one's strength. Then the fourth ancient road would be a crazy attack. Zi-Chen rejoiced that he only encountered a group of beasts on the fourth ancient road. If the situation was reversed, Zi-Chen wouldn't have a chance to survive on this ancient road. In this place, the consumption of Yuan Li and strength was almost impossible to estimate. Zi-Chen drank the monkey wine to recover his strength. As for the blood vitality pill that recovered Yuan Li, it was even more painful for Zi-Chen to swallow. If one had to use simple words to sum up this ancient road, it would be a battle of attrition. During this period, injuries were unavoidable. Serious injuries were also normal. The number of supreme pills was also decreasing. In this place, there was no day or night. Zi-Chen didn't know how long he had been fighting. In short, when he arrived at the exit of the fourth ancient road, Zi-Chen was already exhausted. However, he didn't dare to stop and rest. He didn't dare to take another breath. Grabbing the dragon that was riddled with wounds, he stepped into the fifth ancient road. After that, the human and dragon faced each other in battle. In the endless battle, Zi-Chen's comprehension of battle skills was also deepening. His strength and Yuan Li were also improving. Time passed by. Zi-Chen relied on the human and dragon to forcefully break through the fifth ancient road. The resources on his body had decreased. Once again, the ancient road journey was filled with danger. Before he reached the first and ninth ancient road, Zi-Chen's resources had already decreased by a lot. However, as he continued to fight, Zi-Chen also grew in battle. As his resources decreased, Zi-Chen became more frugal. In the process of growth and frugality, Zi-Chen's unique fighting style was formed. This fighting style was cultivated by the majority of people who explored the ancient roads. That was to kill with one strike. Zi-Chen didn't waste any extra energy. Every strike was a powerful one. Every strike was a sure kill strike. If his strike didn't hit, he would immediately flee. Because if he couldn't kill or injure his opponent with one strike, any number of attacks would be useless. Zi-Chen had broken through the sixth and seventh ancient roads. During this period, the human and dragon would always encounter fatal threats. By the time he had broken through 7 or 8 ancient roads and reached the ninth, Zi-Chen had already spent a total of 9 years. After 9 years, Zi-Chen had broken through the first 9 ancient roads and reached the first gathering point. This was the gathering point of the ancient roads. There was a guardian here, and this was also a small trading area. The danger on the first ancient road was already very low. After several years of fierce battles, Zi-Chen could finally relax. Chapter 8:21. After 9 years, Zi-Chen had finally stepped onto the first 9 ancient roads. In these 9 years, a group of people had already entered the ancient road, and the second group was about to be gathered. On the square, there were still many core realm cultivators gathered. Some of them had already been here for years. The teleportation array suddenly lit up, and a violent and powerful aura appeared. Behind this violent aura was a turbulent airwave that turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions. Many core realm cultivators below the array platform cursed and waved their sleeves to disperse the airwave. When the airwave disappeared, a person appeared on top of the array platform. To be precise, it was a woman and a beast. The woman was dressed in white and had a peerless appearance like a fairy. She was riding a white tiger with black and white patterns all over its body. This white tiger was not ordinary. Its 2 sharp teeth were exposed, like 2 sharp blades that flashed with a cold light. In addition to this, the white tiger also had a pair of huge wings on its back. There were naturally many knowledgeable core realm cultivators present. The moment they saw the white tiger with wings, someone exclaimed, "Flying tiger!" "It's the flying divine tiger." An indescribably beautiful woman riding a flying divine tiger with an extraordinary bloodline appeared. The combination of this beauty and the divine tiger instantly attracted everyone's attention. The woman was beautiful and gorgeous, while the flying divine tiger was domineering and ostentatious. This combination almost stunned everyone, so much so that they did not react in time and immediately wanted to drive this woman and beast off. "Get lost, don't block the way." The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around. Then he roared and leaped down. Feeling the violent aura around the flying divine tiger, many core realm cultivators' faces changed and they all moved aside. "You still dare to block the way? Do you want to die?" One of the core realm cultivators was too slow to dodge and was hit by the flying divine tiger's claw, instantly flying out. The flying divine tiger was domineering, ostentatious, and powerful. On the back of the flying divine tiger, there was a fairy-like beauty, quiet, gentle, and calm. "Who can tell me where this place is?" The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around, and his loud voice was like thunder. Quite a few people's expressions changed when they heard the flying divine tiger call him Grandpa Tiger. However, the ancient road was about to open, so no one wanted to stir up trouble at this time. Naturally, no one answered the flying divine tiger's question, because no one was willing to recognize such a tiger lord, even if the other party looked very mighty. "What, are all of you mute?" Being ignored, the flying divine tiger was enraged. Its eyes turned cold, and with a flap of its wings, it instantly appeared in front of one of the Dan Origin realm experts. Pressing down on him with its claws, it coldly said, "Tell Grandpa Tiger what this place is. Could it be that it isn't the ancient road?" "Yes, it's the ancient road of trials. It's the starting ground." Under Shin, whose sharp claws, this Dan Yuan cultivator was unable to move at all. His face was filled with terror as he hurriedly replied, afraid that Shen Hu would suddenly kill him. Who would have thought that after Dan Yuan opened his mouth, Shen Hu's eyes would become even colder? His thunderous voice rang out once more. "Don't you know that before you answer, you should first say, 'Master, who—'" Shin Hu exerted more force on his claws, and Dan Yuan's bones instantly made cracking sounds. Dan Yuan was almost scared to death by Shin Hu's strength. At this moment, the woman on top gently patted Shin Hu's back and said, "Little tiger, ask him nicely. Don't scare him." The woman's voice was gentle like a spring breeze. "Hee Meng Yao, if I don't scare him, he won't be honest." Shen Hu half turned his head and smiled at the woman on top of him. "The people here are not as bad as you think. As long as you ask nicely, they will definitely speak nicely." The woman named Meng Yao said again. Dan Yuan, who was being pressed down by Shen Hu's claws, quickly nodded. Looking at the woman's eyes, he was also filled with gratitude. Shin Hu retracted his claws, and Dan Yuan quickly got up and retreated a few steps. On Shen Hu's back, the woman asked, "You just said that this is the starting ground. What do you mean?" Without waiting for Dan Yuan to answer, an extremely surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Is that you, sister?" Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the woman's delicate body trembled slightly. Then she slowly turned her head, and on that peerless face, there was actually a hint of nervousness. After turning her head, the woman saw that two people had appeared on the platform. Because everyone's attention was on this woman, they did not notice that there were actually two more people on the platform. Just as the woman turned her head, everyone also turned their heads to look at the platform. With one look, everyone was almost petrified. What's going on? Why is there another peerless beauty? Everyone felt that their minds were not enough. In this ancient road, the number of men was far greater than the number of women. Although there were some women who were above average in terms of beauty, there were almost no peerless beauties. But today, there were actually two such peerless beauties. The peerless woman who came after was wearing a green robe, like a green lotus that had just bloomed. Beside the green-robed woman, there was a slightly plump man who was directly ignored. "Shwe-er, it's you." The woman in white turned around. After seeing the green-robed woman, she let out a low cry. Her gentle voice also began to tremble. "Sister, it's really you." The woman named Shwe-er's face was also filled with surprise. Then, she directly rushed towards the white-robed woman. The two of them hugged in the air, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing this scene, many cultivators felt extremely regretful. They all thought that it would be great if they could be between the two of them, Xue Lin and Su Mengyao. These two sisters who came from a barbarian land finally met here after decades of separation. If Zichen had come 9 years later, he would definitely have been able to see the two of them. With two beauties present, even the flying divine tiger was ignored, not to mention the ordinary-looking little butterball. This Lu Qin from the Lu family walked down the platform alone. It seemed that he had long been used to being ignored after wandering around with Xue Lin for so long. The two of them had not seen each other for decades. Now that they met again, they naturally had endless things to say. But at this moment, with so many pairs of eyes looking at them, the two of them could not say much. After a while, Su Mengyao asked, "Is he still alive?" Xue Lin's eyes dimmed. She gently shook her head and said, "I don't know. There has been no news of him." Around them, hearing their conversation, everyone was dumbfounded. Him? Which him? Obviously, it was a man. But which guy could get the attention of two beauties at once? In an instant, everyone began to feel jealous. The two of them, who were just happy to see each other, became gloomy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. "You two are Xue Lin and Su Mengyao, right?" This was an unfamiliar voice. Hearing it, the two of them immediately turned around and saw a one-eyed, one-legged man. "Hey, little guy, how do you know my Mengyao's name? Tell me the truth, or I'll tear you apart." Shinhu coldly looked at the approaching tavern owner and bared his teeth. The sudden appearance of the tavern owner was already very surprising, but after hearing Shinhu's roar, everyone's face turned strange. Calling a powerhouse who had passed through the ancient road a little guy, this Shinhu was simply courting death. "Hee, you're the little guy. Flying Shinhu, your bloodline is not bad, but you must be placed on the strongest ancient road in order to transform." The tavern owner smiled faintly and patted Shinhu's head. Shinhu was extremely arrogant before, but in the next moment his eyes were filled with fear. As for the others, they even had a gloating expression on their faces. Obviously, this sentence was the death sentence for Shinhu. "Senior knows us." Su Mengyao noticed Shinhu's abnormality, and a light flashed in her gentle eyes. The tavern owner shook his head and said, "No, but 9 years ago, before entering the strongest ancient road, a little guy left something for you too. He said that he would give it to you when you came." 9 years ago, a person. Su Mengyao was startled, then quickly asked, "Senior, may I ask who he is? What is his name?" The tavern owner did not immediately answer Su Mengyao's question. Instead, he said, "I still have to take care of the tavern's business. I just took some time out. Why don't you two come with me to the tavern and we can talk over there?" Okay. The two looked at each other and nodded. At this moment, their eyes were filled with excitement because they had already vaguely guessed who the person who left them something was. In the tavern, Shuai Lin and Su Mingyao sat in their seats, with a large glass of wine in front of them. Obviously, the tavern owner was quite generous, giving them large glasses, but the two had no time to drink. They were just eager to know if that person was the one in their hearts. "Senior, is the person you're talking about a man or a woman? And what is his name?" Shuai Lin asked anxiously as soon as they sat down. The tavern owner smiled and said, "If I say it's a woman, you too will be very disappointed." "A woman." The two were startled, their faces full of confusion and disappointment. "Hee, I guessed it would be like this, so I'll tell you the truth. That little guy is a man, and his name is Zichen." The tavern owner laughed. "Zichen, it's really Zichen." The disappointment and confusion on the two's faces were immediately replaced by ecstasy. They were very excited. "Senior, what does this Zichen look like? What happened when he came here?" Shuai Lin couldn't wait to ask, afraid that she would be happy for nothing. "He's a good-looking guy, but he's a troublemaker. He came with 3 people, and he even dared to beat up the ancient road guardian," the tavern owner said. At this moment, there were naturally other people in the tavern. Hearing this, their expressions immediately changed. Then they immediately drank the wine in their glasses and left quickly. Their expressions were as if they had seen a snake or a scorpion. Su Mingyao and Shuai Lin still didn't understand what the ancient road guardian meant. They were only concerned about some things about Zichen, so they asked many more questions. If Zichan was here at this moment, he would definitely see that his treatment couldn't compare to the two's. Because the two's questions had already exceeded the amount of yuan liquid Zichen had given, and the tavern owner was also generous and didn't mention anything about the reward. It seemed that beauties were treated very well wherever they went. After the two spent the shortest amount of time to understand everything about Zichen and the ancient road, their excited expressions were replaced by worry. It seemed that Zichen's situation was worrisome. Chapter 8:22. After knowing what had happened to Zichen here, the two began to worry for Zichen. The ancient road was even stronger than the first-grade ancient road, so the chances of survival were not high. However, Zichen had survived several life and death crises. Although the two were worried, they were still confident in Zichen. At this time, there was no one else in the tavern. The tavern owner came forward and began to put things on the table. Soon, the same amount of things were placed in front of the two. These were left behind by Zichen. 1,000 blood origin pills, 100 special blood origin pills, 1,000 drops of mid-grade origin liquid, 10 treasure pills, 100 blood healing pills, and 25 blood explosion pills. These were left behind by that little guy. You can each take half. The tavern owner finished speaking and walked back. The two looked at the resources with complicated expressions. They were touched and felt guilty. Even after so many years had passed, they still hadn't forgotten about Zichen. Similarly, Zichan hadn't forgotten about them either. Despite knowing that they would enter the strongest ancient path, he still left behind resources for the two of them. Back then, Zichan hadn't even dared to say whether or not the two of them would come. The two put away the resources and remained silent for a long time. Those wines were left behind by that little guy. They are really good things. Back then, Zichen spent a lot of money to help his companions break through. In order to thank that little guy for his generosity, before the ancient road is opened, the two of you can come here and drink a cup for free every day. The tavern owner said generously. The two of them did not drink, but this was left behind by Zichen, so they had to drink. After drinking, the two of them felt that this wine was extraordinary. After that, the two of them came here every day to refine this large cup of wine. As for Lu Qin and Xinhu, they were not so lucky. They could only wait outside the tavern. This situation lasted for 5 days. After 5 consecutive days of offering large cups of wine, the tavern owner seemed to be unable to bear it. Fortunately, on the 6th day, the ancient road was opened again. Sophie, the old man, and the tavern owner appeared again and opened a passage in the air. It was also the first time Lin Shui and Su Mengyao saw the ancient road's guardian, Sophie, who looked ugly and fat. Sophie seemed to have lost interest in opening the ancient road because of the appearance of the two beauties. After briefly explaining the rules of the ancient road, she directly opened the passage. All the passageways were opened, allowing the passageways to choose their own people. In the middle of the gigantic portal, beams of light cascaded down. These beams of light landed on the core origin realm cultivators, as if they were selecting the most suitable people to enter the ancient paths. Buzz. Suddenly, an aura emerged from the portal. It was the aura of the ancient road of the strongest trial. This aura fell from the portal and directly landed on Xuelin. Oh, the strongest ancient road. Its grade is even higher than that of a first-grade ancient road. Congratulations. Sophie smiled faintly at the sight of this, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. Such a woman was actually chosen by the strongest ancient path. Clearly, she was extraordinary. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They all looked at Lin Shui, but many of their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. It was even stronger than a first-grade ancient path, so the chances of survival were extremely slim. Xuelin's eyes were extremely calm. She glanced at Su Mengyao and then looked at Lu Chen next to her. She was ready to enter the ancient road of the strongest. Just as the ancient road of the strongest was about to disappear with Xuelin, an ancient aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was even more ancient than the ancient road of the strongest. The moment it landed, a huge force gushed out. This force directly pushed the ancient road of the strongest away, and a light cascaded down. The light that pushed open the ancient road of the strongest directly landed on Su Mengyao below. Then this light extended again, covering the flying divine tiger. Such a scene, not to mention the surrounding core origin realm cultivators. Even the three guardians' expressions changed in an instant. The tavern owner exclaimed in disbelief, "This is a 9th grade ancient road. Oh my God, it actually appeared by itself." The old man was also shocked. It is indeed a 9th grade ancient road. It is known as the most mysterious ancient road. During this time, as the guardian of the ancient road, Sophie's perception was the clearest. This mysterious aura from the 9th grade ancient road was so vast. Her eyes fell on Su Mengyao. Looking at this unbelievably beautiful woman, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Swoosh! The next moment, the light cascaded down from the 9th grade ancient road shrank. Su Mengyao and the flying divine tiger disappeared. The 9th grade ancient road opened by itself. The three guardians were completely stunned, but the others were puzzled. They didn't understand why the three guardians were so excited. Wasn't this the weakest 9th grade ancient road? The 9th grade ancient road opened by itself, taking Su Mengyao and the flying divine tiger away. Then the strongest ancient road opened, taking Xuelin away. At this point, everything was on the right path. The others entered the 1st and 9th grade ancient roads. During this time, Lu Chen was lucky enough to enter the 5th grade ancient road. Rays of light flashed, and many core origin realm cultivators entered the ancient roads. Soon, only the three guardians were left, but the three of them were still in shock. There were guardians on the ancient roads. An entire ancient road was under the control of humans, except for two kinds of ancient roads. One was the path of the strongest trial by fire. No one knew what would happen inside, and no one could monitor the entire process. There were only a few ancient paths that could be opened, and only then could they be explored. The other was the 9th grade ancient road. The number of times this ancient road was opened was extremely limited. Since ancient times, no one had opened any of the 9 ancient roads. It could be said that everything that happened on the 9th grade ancient road was unpredictable, undetectable, and unforeseeable. After everyone left and the ancient road closed, the tavern owner pondered for a moment and asked, A ninth-grade ancient road has appeared. Should we report it? Sophie didn't answer. She looked at the old man. The old man pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. If the other party enters the fifth-grade ancient road alive, they will naturally know. If he unfortunately dies midway, it's useless to tell them. The two nodded. They felt that the old man's words made sense. The tavern owner sighed. Chen, this little fellow, is indeed extraordinary. His three confidants all have extraordinary backgrounds, and their aptitudes allowed them to enter the path of the strongest trial. His friends are also extraordinary. Speaking of Chen, Sophie nodded in agreement. Chen is indeed extraordinary, but I don't know if he has reached that place. Speaking of which, it's the first time I've met a body cultivator who has obtained a perfect inheritance. The old man said, no matter whether he succeeds or not, we have already done what we should do. Everything will be up to fate. Then the old man looked at Sophie and said, if that little guy successfully exits the ancient road, I don't know if he will come and find trouble with us. Who knows? But even if he comes, I'm not afraid of him. Can't he just run away if he can't win? Sophie said disdainfully, that little guy knows the ThunderClan's techniques. He is known as the fastest in the world. Even if he is not in his complete state, he is still extremely fast. It's hard for you to run away. The old man shook his head and laughed. At this moment, the three of them were talking about Chen. He had just brought the Torvosaurus out of the 8th ancient road and arrived at the 9th ancient road. As soon as they arrived, the two of them collapsed on the ground. After 9 years, Chen finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had not felt for a long time. He opened his mouth and greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was so moved that he was about to cry. He finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After catching his breath, Chen hurriedly sat down cross-legged to recover the elemental energy in his body and the strength in his body. To be honest, if it wasn't for his perfect physique that had reached the peak of level 6, Chen wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. There was spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ancient road, but it wasn't very dense. In order to save some resources, Chen relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of the outside world to replenish his elemental energy. This time, it took him a total of 7 days to replenish his elemental energy. After 7 days, Chen finally reached his peak state. The Torvosaurus also used these 7 days to have a good sleep and completely recovered. Before they came, the Torvosaurus strength was around level 6. During these few years, it had grown once and reached level 7. The combat strength of a level 7 Torvosaurus couldn't be underestimated. Just the strength of its body was comparable to Chen's perfect physique. Other than that, the energy contained within the dragon crystal was also extremely terrifying. During these few years, Chen had saved the Torvosaurus several times, and the Torvosaurus had also saved Chen. It could be said that one man and one dragon had supported each other to reach this point. This is the first 9 ancient road. There should be a place for trading. Follow me and find it. Chen gestured for the Torvosaurus to get up. He then took large strides forward. As for the Torvosaurus, it followed Chen and circled at a low altitude. During the battles along the way, Chen understood that walking was much safer than flying in the air. But after walking for several hours, Chen still didn't find any traces. Not to mention human traces, Chen didn't even see a single building. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had heaven and earthling chi, Chen would definitely have thought that he had gone the wrong way. For hours later, Chen began to fly at a low altitude. After flying for several thousand miles, Chen finally saw a building. Seeing the building, Chen didn't reveal any excitement on his face. That was because these buildings were all dilapidated. Moreover, after the baptism of time, these buildings had already weathered away. Just the slightest tremor would cause the entire building to turn to dust. No one has set foot here for at least several tens of thousands of years. Is there still anything to trade here? Zi Chen's face was clearly filled with doubt. After that, Zi Chen continued forward. Along the way, he found many more buildings, but they were all undoubtedly dilapidated. As Zi Chen flew past, these buildings turned to dust one after another. Seeing this deathly silent place, Zi Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. In these 9 years, he had nearly exhausted all of his resources. If he didn't exchange the useless resources for useful resources, he wouldn't be able to pass the next trial. As the buildings turned to dust, Zi Chen's heart sank. From these buildings, it wasn't difficult to see that this place used to be bustling. It seemed that many cultivators had come here. But now, this place was deathly silent. There was nothing. Chapter 8:23. Flying at a low altitude for several thousand li, Zi Chen finally found a building that hadn't been eroded by the wind. It was a stone house. It wasn't very tall, and there was a faint energy radiance circulating on the surface of the stone house. This was a seal that prevented the stone house from being eroded by the wind. After approaching the stone house, Zi Chen sensed that there were energy fluctuations within the stone house, as well as life fluctuations. There's someone here. There's actually someone here. Zi Chen, who had already given up hope, was reignited in his heart. If there were people, there would be resources. With resources, the road of trial would be a lot easier. Although he didn't dare to say that he had 100% chance of passing, at the very least, he would have a higher chance of survival. Zi Chen's figure descended, and the Torvosaurus also landed not far away. Zi Chen pushed open the door and entered, and was instantly dumbfounded. This room wasn't very big. Aside from a stone table and 2 stone stools, there was only a stone bed. The life aura was on the stone bed, but it wasn't a person. To be more precise, it wasn't a complete person, but a skeleton that possessed the flame of life. This was a human-shaped skeleton, and it was quietly lying on the stone bed. There were only bones left of the skeleton, and there wasn't a trace of flesh on its body. The source of the life aura was within its skull, and there was a ball of soul fire that wasn't even as big as a fist. The soul fire was burning, and it emitted a weak life aura. It seemed like it was in a deep sleep. Just as Zi Chen pushed open the door and entered, the other party seemed to have sensed something. The soul fire burned even more vigorously, and the life aura also became denser. Zi Chen was instantly stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect to see such a scene. A spiritual sense spread out from the burning soul fire. This spiritual sense's essence was extremely high, but it was extremely weak at the moment. Zi Chen was completely capable of erasing it. The spiritual sense swept across Zi Chen's body, and then it asked blankly, "You're a trial taker?" The other party's voice was very ancient, but through the spiritual sense, Zi Chen was able to sense the other party's meaning. Thus he nodded and said, "Yes, I just arrived at the ancient road. Previously, I used up a lot of resources, so I want to exchange some resources here." After he finished speaking, Zi Chen's face was filled with bitterness. The other party was already in such a state. It was obvious that there were no resources for him to exchange for. The soul flame in the skull burned brightly, and the previously muddle-headed skeleton seemed to be completely awake. Startled, he exclaimed, "A trial taker! It really is a trial taker. I can't believe I've been waiting for a trial taker. What did you just say? Ancient Road 19? You only took 19 to reach this place." Zi Chen nodded and said, "That's right. It's the first trading ground on the first 9 ancient paths. However, it seems that I've come too late." "That's right. You're too late. There's no one here anymore. They've all left." The voice from the soul flame turned gloomy. "I saw a lot of weathered buildings earlier. Were there people who lived here before? But they've all left. Where did they go?" Zi Chen asked. This used to be an extremely prosperous ancient road. Many trial takers would come here to exchange for resources. However, something happened to the ancient road, and no trial takers came here for thousands of years. It gradually declined, and in the end, the resources here were no longer enough to sustain everyone's survival. Thus, they all stepped onto the ancient road and left, the soul flame said. What about you? Why didn't you leave with them? Zichen was puzzled. I'm the guardian of this ancient road. Guarding here and serving trial takers is my mission. If I leave, this ancient road will be completely abandoned. The skeleton's answer filled Zichen's heart with admiration. The skeleton's current state was also caused by the exhaustion of its spiritual power and the loss of its life force. Young man, you're the only trial taker to reach this place in all these years. Moreover, you're a trial taker who reached here in 19. I'll give you a choice now. A special choice. Special choice. Zichen was puzzled. Yes, it's a very special choice, but also a great opportunity. The ancient road is extremely long and filled with all kinds of dangers. If you had come a little later, I might have disappeared on my own. I can't guarantee that there won't be any surviving guardians on the ancient road. If there aren't any, it means that there won't be any resources left. Your journey on the ancient road will be even more dangerous. Under such circumstances, you'll be lucky if you can keep your life. Wanting to break through to the human origin stage is just a dream. Right now, you have a chance to turn a fish into a dragon. It can help you break through to the human origin stage. As long as you stay here and guard this place, I can help you break through to the human origin stage immediately. I'll guard this place forever. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Faced with such a great opportunity, Zichen didn't hesitate at all and immediately rejected it. The temptation of breaking through to the human origin stage was indeed great, but the price he had to pay was so great that Zichen couldn't bear it. Zichen could imagine that even if he broke through to the human origin stage, he would still be waiting for death here silently. You don't need to spend your whole life here. 1,000 years is enough. Stay here for 1,000 years, and I'll use the authority of the ancient road's guardian to help you improve your cultivation. During this period of time, you can fully comprehend this stage without affecting your potential. After 1,000 years, you can choose to leave. Zichen had only cultivated for a mere 100 years. 1,000 years was too long a time. Moreover, if he had to stay here for 1,000 years, Zichen was afraid that others couldn't. Wang Xian, Oi's status was unknown, and Lin Shui and Su Mengyao were very likely to come to this training ground. Therefore, Zichen had to hurry to the ancient road and wait for them. Breaking through to the human origin stage was great, but unfortunately it wasn't Zichen's ultimate goal. Zichen didn't hesitate and decisively rejected the temptation. A low sigh came from the soul fire. All right then, I won't force you. I don't have any extra resources to exchange with you. There's only a bottle of aged wine under the bed. You can take it. Zichen found a bottle of wine under the bed. There were yuan energy fluctuations on it, and it was obviously in a sealed state. Zichen thanked the soul fire. Thank you for your gift, Senior. I wonder what I can do to help you. The soul fire let out a bitter laugh. I've been here for so many years that even I have forgotten the years. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. I've long grown tired of it. Now that I've waited for you, I've completed my mission. There's nothing left here, and there's no need for this place to exist. Go. After you leave, this place will disappear forever. The soul fire sighed. Zichen nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. He then bowed deeply to the soul fire. As he bowed, a ray of light shot out from the soul fire and landed in between Zichen's eyebrows. Zichen didn't notice this scene. After bowing, Zichen took away the bottle of wine. Since it was sealed for so long, it was obviously extraordinary. No matter how bad it was still better than the monkey wine. When they left, I warned them that they could leave, but they had to leave some things behind. This place will never open again, so those things are useless. You can go and look for them. If you find them, you can take them all. Just as he was about to close the stone door, the soul fire transmitted its voice again. "Thank you for your advice." Zi Chen thanked it again, and then closed the stone door. After that, Zi Chen walked towards the weathered ruins in the distance. He was afraid that the Torvosaurus would be careless and damage things. Zi Chen signaled the Torvosaurus to follow him. Walking in front of the ruins, Zi Chen waved his big sleeve, and the weathered dust was rolled up and scattered in all directions. At the bottom of the dust, Zi Chen really found something. It was a jade bottle with a seal on it. The seal was still in good condition. Zi Chen picked it up and opened it. He found that there were 5 pills inside, and they were all of extraordinary quality. After finding something, Zi Chen was happy. He then began to search for treasures in the ruins. During this period of time, Zi Chen found elixirs that could restore one's energy, resources that could restore one's strength, spirit fruits, and essence liquids. In the end, Zi Chen even found a special wine. This wine was of a higher grade than the wine in the Origin Tavern. After Zi Chen took a sip, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. It was like a fire was burning, and a surge of energy was surging. Zi Chen praised it and then began to refine it. After that, the bottleneck of his strength that had been stuck for a long time actually loosened a little. After a while, Zi Chen opened his eyes. There was a bright light in his eyes. Breaking through to the 7th level is just around the corner. After sweeping through almost all the ruins and raising his strength to the peak, Zi Chen stepped on the ancient road. Before leaving, Zi Chen bowed to the stone house from afar and then left on the dragon. I don't know if the ancient race is still in this world. I'll let this little guy go and explore. After Zi Chen left, a sigh came from the stone house. Then, the whole place began to tremble. The trembling became even more intense. It was as if the world was moving. Amidst the violent trembling, the world was separated from the ancient road. This was the oldest ancient road. The current ancient road forces were unable to detect it. Therefore, even if an ancient road disappeared, they would not be able to detect it. After leaving the first ancient road, Zi Chen stepped on the first ancient road of the second ancient road. Bang! As soon as he arrived before Zi Chen could see his surroundings, he was hit by a huge force. Under this attack, he and the Torvosaurus were instantly sent flying. The one who sent them flying was a huge creature that was comparable to a mountain peak. When he saw the other party, Zi Chen did not know why, but the first thing that appeared in his mind was the ancient road's guardian, Sophie. This creature was almost as tall and mighty as the other party. They were both so powerful and terrifying. Zi Chen climbed up from the ground. The dragon soul spear was already in his hand. Not far away, the Torvosaurus was also ready for battle. After that, a man and a dragon rushed towards the huge creature and continuously attacked. Zi Chen's attacks were extremely sharp and terrifying. Each time, he would leave a deep wound on the huge creature's body. However, the other party was simply too huge. A mere injury would not affect his performance. The battle with the huge creature took a full hour. After an hour, the two of them finally killed each other. The consumption of the two of them was also huge.